language experts, and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossover. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Speaking of repair.
Hey, yeah. Wow, John's not paying attention at all right now. There he is.
He just
I'm busy. This is.
What happened? What's wrong?
What's going on,
It's
John?
just busy. It's just very busy. It's very, very busy.
You sound like Nick. You're
Yeah,
just so busy. What's going on?
I am. I'm busy. And I'm waiting for the repair guy to be here. The wife texted 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Said he's on his way. Is he there yet? I went outside and I said, okay, I'll just open the garage door and I'll meet him when he gets here. And
yeah.
And I waited and I waited and I waited. And well, as you can see, I'm here and
he's not
no
here.
He's not
yet.
Let's hope he shows up during the crossover. It'd be better if he showed up during the crossover.
It would be.
It'd be great content.
Be good for content. When was the window of when he was going to be there?
1 to 3. So, I mean, we're right in the middle of the window.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no complaints. No complaints. Just I think the wife was so excited, which is scary to me because anytime a wife is excited when the repairman shows up.
Great conversation there.
Yeah.
Great conversation there.
So, anyway.
So we were.
So
talking,
at some point, I may have to escape for just a moment.
Yes.
And then I'll be back.
Let's get our questions in before you have to go.
Okay.
attend to this matter then. So when a repairman comes to your house, John.
Yeah.
What do you do? What's happening with you?
Are you the guy who stands over his shoulder and you're like, yeah? So it's the belt.
No, I hate to do that. I don't like to get in their way unless I'm there having to explain exactly, this is the noise it's making and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, once I turn them loose, I'm like, you're in your lane, I'm in my lane. You come to me when you need me and I'll be.
Do you offer them water? Do you say, do you need a glass of water?
Or a beer?
Or a beer. I mean, they're working, Nick.
Yeah, they're just on the job.
Yeah. No, I mean, if we have Gatorade or tea or water.
Gatorade, man, fancy. I've never offered
like $2.29.
I've never offered a repair guy Gatorade before. It's usually just water.
We did that when they delivered our oven a few months ago. It was super duper hot, and
That's a good idea.
They were sweating pretty bad, and we had some Gatorade sitting there. Said, I bet you guys could use some Gatorade.
You want some electrolytes there, friend?
That's nice.
Get some electrolytes because I see you have more appliances to deliver.
See, I generally like to leave the repairman alone.
Leave him alone. That's how I roll.
But, you have to show him exactly what's going on. And you have to say, well, I already kind of did that or I tried that. So maybe they can figure out the problem just by you telling him that. And then I leave him alone. So the last time I had a thing with my sump pump where the pipe is coming off of the thing and it just keeps coming off. It needs a new part on there. And he came back upstairs and he was after about 3 minutes and was like, yep, I got it. So I was like, you got it? Or are you sure you got it? Are you sure you got it? And I didn't want to keep grilling him on it because I knew that he didn't get it.
Oh, so you knew.
I knew that he didn't get it. And so I trusted him. I was like, okay, yeah, you got it. We'll see what happens. And I went down there after he left and I kind of, jiggled it around.
And
he did not get it.
Oh, no.
He did not get it. And guess what? I had to try and fix it myself, and just recently, over the last couple of days, it popped off the hose again.
Jeez,
water started shooting.
Now, do you call them and get a refund?
I would love to. Well, they didn't actually charge me anything because they declared it to be so easy, except for the fee for them to come out there, which was $50 or whatever.
Interesting.
That would be a dream if it was something simple. Because I haven't really looked at it. This is one of them funky washers. It's like 7 years old, but it's new enough where you can scan it and it tells you what the error code means.
Oh, computer washing machine.
Is this a front load or a top load there,
top
John?
Load.
Top. Now, does it have the thing in the middle, or is it just one of those big ass washers where you just throw all your clothes in there?
It doesn't have the agitator in the middle. it doesn't
Nice.
have.
Those are sweet washers.
It just kind of.
Yeah.
It's a big old drum, and
I
it
didn't know they were
spins
called
really
adjectives.
fast.
Yeah, me neither. Nice.
See, I've run into problems. I've told you guys about this when Creighton was in the NCAA tournament, driving out to Denver.
Yeah.
And my car decided I don't work anymore, and it wouldn't start working again because the computer told it not to.
Oh,
Me and computers.
thanks a lot, computer.
They don't like
the
it.
AI washing machine.
The car wouldn't let me drive over like 60 miles an hour on my entire way
wow.
out to Denver, which was super
That happened
fun
with
and cool.
Schaefer when he filled in over the summer. Remember that? He was not having a good time.
Yeah.
He was having a bad time.
And I told him what may have happened, and he was like, I think that might have been it.
Yeah, and then I think he got it fixed, and he's good to go now.
Yeah.
So what'd you do to fix it? Did you just like yell at it?
Well, I think it turned out.
Hey, computer!
Control-Alt-Delete on the steering wheel?
That's what I was hoping to do. I was hoping to just like, bash the computer, just like, don't listen.
Bypass it. Yeah.
Car, just go.
Yeah, sure.
But it turned out it needed, I think I put a lower quality of gas in there than needed to be put in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so it didn't go over 60 miles an hour. And the only option was to just burn through the entire tank of gas and put new gas in there. And then
well, wait a minute. What kind of gas are you getting that it's, I mean, you're not driving a Ferrari here.
That's what I thought. But I think I stopped off in North Platte and I got some.
It was bad gas. Remember my theory?
88 or 85.
Oh, that's right.
or
Nicking his
whatever it is.
gas.
The bad gas theory.
Yeah.
What's the bad gas theory? I don't remember this.
Just the different places have lower quality of gas on purpose because the mix is different in the winter than it is for the summer.
Winter gas, summer
And the
gas.
winter gas.
Stupid
is
Colorado.
a little less
I did learn about that. Like when we
quality.
were in Colorado getting married, we were driving up into the mountains, and it was like, wow, this is a real struggle bus right now with the vehicle. And we were worried that our car was messed up. No, it's just because the gas is different in Colorado. Yep. So
Because
Nick
of the
was
altitude.
Nick was right. Put it on a graphic.
This
Only have to use it
is
once
why-
a year.
This is why Colorado's not a good state, people.
Because of their gas.
Bad gas
their
and
gas.
hippies.
Oh, that's John's
Bad
only
gas and
complaint
hippies.
about Colorado.
Nice.
Gas.
Bad gas and hippies.
Well, John hates the gas, not the gas. You know what I'm saying?
Hey-o.
John's on that
What,
gas.
steroids?
What?
Steroids.
That's what they call people on steroids. He's on the gas.
I've never
I
heard
don't
that
think they
described
say
as
that
You've
steroids.
never
anymore.
heard that?
I've never
oh, yeah.
heard that described
Oh,
as
yeah.
steroids.
I've heard it.
John, is that a Coors Light keeping Nebraska chill?
No, it's a
Oh,
Diet Mountain Dew
boo.
keeping me awake.
Are the
Nice.
mountains dew?
Okay, so we need a timeline here. My estimate is that you arrived back at your home post 1 o'clock last night, just after
yeah.
1 o'clock.
Nah, it was more like closer to 1:30.
Okay.
And what time do you think you laid head on pillow?
Oh,
2?
1:50.
1:50. And I saw you tweeting at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah,
That's a
you didn't
short,
go on Jack's show.
That's a short.
sleep
Oh!
in, John. Sleep in.
Yeah, I was up at the exact same time.
Oh man, that sucks.
Well, I had to because Jack's show, and I just had to get going, because I got to, I have a schedule.
Yeah.
I as I prepare for this show, I have a schedule, and if that schedule gets thrown off in any way,
A man of routine.
it throws me off big time.
Yeah.
Big time. So, when we have, unscheduled, meetings or just things that get in the way,
Happens.
it throws me off.
So Friday you'll be thrown off once again as we have our potluck.
Oh, yes. What are you bringing?
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Riss is making mashed potatoes.
And gravy, right?
No gravy.
That's stupid.
No gravy. No, I'm going to bring you some. I'm going to feed you on
You
the
don't
air,
need
Happer.
gravy with good mashed potatoes.
Thank you, Nick.
No,
Gravy's
you need
good
gravy
with
because
mashed
gravy is
Gravy. It's gravy. Mashed
it's
potatoes and gravy.
man.
Mhm.
Mashed potatoes and
But
gravy.
you don't have to have gravy on mashed potatoes.
Thank
There's
you,
different types of mashed potatoes.
Bingo.
And
It's
Oh, but
better
if I
when
said-
there is, though.
But if
They
I
do it.
said you don't have to have cheese on a hamburger, people flip out.
you don't.
Mm.
Because that's a hamburger. If you put cheese on it, that's a cheese.
Oh,
Yeah, but
here we
why not
go.
just put the cheese on there? It's super easy.
Semantics,
Because then it's
boy.
a cheese. Some people can't do dairy.
Can't
lactose
do
intolerant.
dairy.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about
Yeah.
normal people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice. Thank you, Happer.
Lactose
Charles,
intolerant people,
Normal.
weirdos.
Normal.
They also
people.
still eat cheese.
Yeah,
I've never known a
they
lactose
do.
intolerant person that doesn't still eat cheese.
They love it.
Interesting.
In
So
fact,
it's
they
fake,
love it
it's
more.
fake news.
No, it's
Well, they
real.
just crap their
kinda-
pants.
They just suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
Hey man,
That's
cheese
what
is
happened
good.
to the bathroom that one time.
Charles writes, who's bringing the stuffing? I actually did see yesterday when I was leaving, I was looking at that and I saw that Miss Cynthia is bringing dress. Now she refers to it as dressing.
That's
but
fine.
So we will have. So our front desk person, Cynthia, will be bringing the dressing.
Where's
fly.
this sign up sheet?
All right, now I will
mailbox.
Would
it be
All
okay
right,
for
now,
me to bring?
now
like,
I might show
chips?
up if.
Yes, of course, Nick. It's a
Okay.
potluck. Michael Severe brought Popeyes. Again, bring Popeyes. You will be the toast of the
Can't
town.
afford that much Popeyes.
He only
You
bought
know,
like
you
bring
can't
some
afford that much
Popeyes.
time to wait at Popeyes.
that would throw
I
off
was
your
driving
day,
by-
John.
I was driving by last night on my way to the arena, and I saw like 3 corpses outside. They were still holding their receipt, waiting for their food.
Another comment from Odson. Those are the hours I keep every day. Bet at 2, up at 6:15. Yet I receive 0 praise from my coworkers for my service. # Josh time.
It's because you're willingly doing that.
There he
John's
goes.
leaving.
He went to get the
Bye, John.
repairman.
Here you go,
Repair
Nick.
time.
You know
Yay,
what?
I'm here.
Nick is now in the room.
Hi.
Look at that.
And we appreciate Josh
I've
for
been here
all of
the
his
whole
hard
time.
work. And
Yes, Josh works very hard. Also, no, it's Friday,
It's
Josh.
Friday.
Also, how does he live off of 4 hours of sleep?
he does. In fact, he thrives.
I worked with a guy in
Well-
college who specifically would sleep in 4 hours.
See, but that's college.
I'll
That's
tell you-
that's when you're
no,
in your
he
20s.
was an adult. He wasn't going to school.
How old was he?
A few years older than me.
Yeah, 23 is not an adult. That's
I'll
still
tell-
a child.
I'll tell you what happens with Josh.
I think he still does that though.
That's
the
I don't
thing.
understand.
so.
It's
Josh,
insane.
every single day, he stops at the gas station on the way in,
Sure.
and in
Cocaine?
inside of his sack of groceries, of his plastic bag,
Mhm.
is multiple energy drinks
Sure.
Well,
and
that's because of the deal. It's 2 for 3.
and a snack of some sort.
3 for 2.
Yeah, he says copious amounts of Red Bull, gentlemen. Some might say an unsafe amount. So Josh, is his resting heart rate not resting very much?
Think about what a Red Bull would do to me as a man who just began
Look
to
at
drink
you.
coffee.
I'm so proud of
coffee
you.
boy.
Josh, the revelation on
This
today's show.
this destroyed me when I heard you say that.
Thermos.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
we-
it keeps it warm.
It's so hot. It was hot until I drank its last drop at like 150
Yes.
today.
Wow.
It was
Have
awesome.
her discovering thermoses.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
insulation.
I'm proud of you drinking coffee, man. This is
It feels great. I've never felt better.
I remember when Nick Baugh, when he said on the air before I had drank coffee, he was like, I go to bed and I look forward to waking up and having coffee. And I was like, that's stupid. And now, oh my gosh.
I don't think I'm there yet.
I get up and I go, like today, it wasn't my turn to take the dog out, so it was great. So I wandered over. I had nothing. I was pouring it into my mug as I walked into my office. And I was just like, I can't wait for 5 minutes from now when it's cool enough to drink.
Amazing.
So good.
I actually don't want to drink the coffee, but I like the way it makes me
That's an
feel.
addiction.
Feeling.
Happer. That's addiction.
Oh
Dude.
yeah, I have that.
It is wild. I was
Caffeine is
so
a drug.
tired this morning because I didn't sleep as much as I would like. See, now I try to get 8 hours every night. It's, the older I get, the more I need
You're
the
a
8 hours.
sissy though.
That's true. But I got under 7, and so I woke up very exhausted. And as I finished my first cup of coffee, I was thinking, man,
I'm back.
I feel great this morning. This is excellent.
Yeah,
I'm,
I guess I probably only got 5 last night, and
Mm.
I just ripped the thermos.
Man.
So I took a page out of Odson's book. I also bought like 3 energy drinks the other day,
Nice.
but I kept them in the fridge here, and I got
Did someone steal it?
No.
Oh.
I got a black tea this morning from next door, and there's caffeine in black tea.
Sure.
I finished that, and I'm like, I don't need an energy drink. I'm
Mm.
good.
Mm.
But that's as much caffeine as I can usually. It's Red Bull and black tea for some reason.
It hits.
I have a full pot of coffee.
It hits.
Are you
that's
doing
for sure.
black coffee, Happer? Is there a little stuff in there? A
No,
little sugar
I'm
for you?
doing the I'm doing the shot
Oh.
of espresso in the water.
Yeah. So you're getting it from somewhere, or is this from home?
No, I'm making it.
Oh, okay.
I have a little tea kettle that I boil up some water and then little espresso pods.
Nice.
My wife
My wife
has an espresso machine.
It's like a Keurig, right? Or no?
It is just like a Keurig
Okay.
for espresso. Yes.
That's
it's
what the
great.
espresso part in
And
espresso is.
today I did too.
Oh, is John back? Looks like John's back. Sorry, Nick. We're kicking you out of the video.
Bye.
You know what I realized?
Well, you don't have to.
Hey, John.
I'll leave, if you want to keep Nick in there. I'm going to leave the camera off.
They don't want to
you know.
keep me in here. They just put me.
Oh,
in
so
there
you're just not going to have the
space.
camera today?
What's
Yeah.
going on back
Well,
there?
for now.
Okay. All right, Nick, you're back in. I was thinking this, Happer, as I saw your wife put up a story on Instagram earlier this week, that you two seem very opposite because she was like, I just finished my 30th book of the year. And I
Oh.
was like, whoa, has Happer read 30 pages this year?
I probably almost got to 30 on the plane that one time.
Yeah. Nice.
I love that.
Isn't that about the average length of a Dr. Seuss?
No, it
30
was
pages?
that
90s.
Josh. It was the 90s.
The
It was
90s.
The
Chuck
boxcar
Klosterman.
children.
The
Oh.
boxcar
I
children.
love a boxcar children.
But I was like,
book.
wow, they are just total opposites.
Yeah, no, she just sits upstairs and watches reality television,
Oh.
and
You
do
watch sports.
exactly the opposite.
which is also reality television.
That's true, but she also likes shows.
It's reality TV for boys.
I guess this is true for me too. She watches shows that she actively doesn't like the people in them, like the Real Housewives shows.
It's hate watching.
And the one she's on right now
The
is
90 Day Fiance.
Sister Wives.
Oh, Sister Wives.
Sister Wives.
What's Sister Wives?
So there's a guy, and he has many wives.
Yeah, sure. So is he Mormon?
Yes.
Typical.
And this is
that allowed? Are we allowed to make fun of Mormons for this? I think it's okay.
Well,
I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah,
and
very
there's
on brand.
Some of them,
Yeah.
It's weird.
Some of them are.
Very.
So it is typical.
Also, it's against the law
in
some places.
Well, in some places.
in America.
But not
Utah.
No, that's not true.
No?
It's against the law in Utah.
Josh,
sure?
what do you know about
League-
the Utah laws?
I've read
Is it
about
just
Mormons. I've read Mormon books.
Is it just monotony in general, or just multiple marriages?
monogamy?
No, monogamy is
No.
with one person.
Yeah, you're
Monotony is with multiple.
Is that what it is?
Monotony?
Is that what it is?
I don't think.
I don't think
right.
that's the word.
No, monogamy is multiple.
No, monogamy
Monogamous.
is singular.
A monogamous relationship.
From a news story from 2022 entitled
Polygamy.
Polygamy. Thank you.
After
That's right.
Utah decriminalized polygamy, some see a culture shift.
Oh, so
Decriminalized.
that's what they
federal
did to
judge
like
struck
drugs
down-
in Oregon. They decriminalized them.
Right.
So it's like still
Yeah,
kind of
It's a
illegal.
secondary offense.
All right,
Yeah.
So apparently Utah had let's see. I'm just going to read from the story. One of the marriages took place shortly after a federal judge struck down Utah's anti-polygamy laws. Then reality TV polygamist Cody Brown and his
That's
wives
him. That's the guy.
That's the guy from
sued
the
the
show?
state and
Yeah.
won, effectively decriminalizing plural marriage as a religious belief. Then a federal appeals court reinstated the bigamy law, and the Utah state legislature passed a law that recriminalized bigamy. Now, wait, what's bigamy compared
What's
to polygamy?
bigamy?
So is that why he got the show, because he did this?
Bigamy is the act of going through a marriage ceremony while already married to another person.
So this, I didn't know that was a separate thing.
He
with the
has that
ceremony.
too. Yeah.
This sounds horrible.
Interesting.
Just horrible. Do
Yeah.
we want to put this call? I guess we don't do callers in the crossover.
This show has been going on for many, many seasons.
The show, the marriage guy?
The bigamy show?
Yeah.
At Big Wife Guy?
Big wife
Big
guy.
wife guy.
Man.
Yeah, it's called Sister Wives.
Sister Wives.
What a name for a show.
Not for, so she hate watches that.
Uh-huh.
And you said that reminds you of yourself.
Of,
What do you,
of many of like the Royals.
oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that
Like,
makes
you know.
sense.
Oh, so they are the same.
The Scott Frost, Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Good one.
Hate watch them every week.
The most of the time, Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Basketball.
No, I love
But
most
the
basketball.
Nebraska.
Oh,
Cornhusker.
Nebraska Cornhuskers basketball. Yeah,
Yeah.
occasionally, yes.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
mean, it's not illegal to have, live with multiple people.
No, it's just the
No, but
marriage.
It's the
the
whole
marriage part, yeah.
legality of,
having the two wives.
And they all seem very
Yes.
cool with it, from what I've watched.
Interesting.
So you know that
seems like they're putting on a front.
Maybe.
You know that law in some states where if you're living with the same person for like 7 years, you're
It's-
legally
yes,
married?
yeah.
How does that work? If you're living with multiple people and you're in a relationship with multiple people, for
Got to
like
look
7
into the
years.
Utah laws.
Yeah, I think they have
just
much
have to
different
pick
views
somebody?
on marriage than we all do.
Like, oh well, I'll just be married to you.
Who knows?
Hmm.
I don't think we're going to take this call about Mormons. Are
Oh
we?
no, we don't have to. It's probably for the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, we're not shaming here. We're just asking questions. We're just
I'll shame.
curious.
Breby
All right,
writes, Cody is Cody? Is this the person?
Cody's the guy. Yeah.
Cody is only
Yeah,
legally
Cody.
married to one of them. The other ones are covenant marriages through the church. So they're fake marriages.
That's a thing that I didn't even know
so
existed.
legally they're not wed, but through the church they are.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, now we've gotten to the bottom of this.
They're all still together.
They're all still together.
They walk around. They all go grocery shopping together.
They all go grocery
when
shopping.
I hear the name of a show called Sister Wives, I expect it to take place in like Alabama.
See, that's what I thought too, Nick. I thought, oh, it's his sister that he married.
No, not that. No,
yeah,
no,
there should be another version.
It really should
the
be
Wives
called
Sisters.
The Wives Sisters. That's what it should be called.
Yes, we need that show to come out
because that's what it really is.
Yeah,
it's the wives or sisters.
Yeah, the wives. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't watch that stuff.
Nope, it's bad.
Sounds horrible.
It's really, truly horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Real Housewives.
It's not great.
She also likes
She ever watch My 600-Pound Life?
No, nothing like that. Nothing.
I have.
None of the health stuff.
Mm-hmm.
None of the health stuff. The bad health stuff. Although those are really interesting.
Yes,
John,
they are.
I'm with you on that.
Really?
Yes, it is. It is because there's the same doctor down in Houston that takes care of all these, and a lot of it is just them trying to get started. I'm always. It's not a morbid curiosity. It's just I like to see people try to persevere, fight through.
But they never do, John. They never do.
I know that's the sad thing about this show. I always look to these shows for like some kind of hope. That there's something good that will come out of this, and then after watching it for 3 hours, you realize, and these are long shows.
Mm-hmm.
3-hour episodes.
Yeah, they're like
you can't binge watch a 3-hour episode.
And the worst is when they do the follow-up episodes where they just go revisit somebody, and sometimes they have to put a disclaimer like, "Oh, this person died."
Huh?
Yes.
Wow.
That happens a lot. That's why I'm saying it usually doesn't end very happily. It's kind of sad.
Well,
but you want to believe in something. That's why.
You do want to believe.
Look at you, John, showing a bit of a heart. I didn't expect that on this Wednesday with little sleep.
Nice heart, John.
Grew 3 sizes.
Yeah, good job, John.
I have a heart.
You don't show emotion in this way ever.
He's not the scarecrow.
What do you mean in this way?
In this way,
I'm not going all Sharon Moore. Oh, Jim Harbaugh. Oh, Jim, I did this for you. We cheated for you, man.
The emotion that you show is usually yelling and anger, not
spite.
I might cry about something positive and happy, or even sad.
Well, I wasn't getting emotional. I was more being very factual about it.
Oh, also, I said scarecrow earlier. He needed the brain. The Tin Man needed the heart.
If I only had a brain.
Sorry for not watching Wizard of Oz in a while. My bad.
I always love when Nick apologizes
probably
for being wrong. Nick is always like, sorry that I didn't know what it was. Like inferring that we're the ones who are somehow wrong for him getting it incorrect.
That's not what I'm trying to come off as.
You definitely do.
Well, let's see.
It's a very astute observation, Josh.
Every time I notice it,
I'm just trying to hold myself accountable.
That's
don't
good
mean to come off that way.
That's good.
But it's trying to make us feel bad.
Yeah, you that's how it always comes off. Is we're the ones who are the wrong in the wrong.
You guys didn't correct me.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
Whoopsie.
That's not what Nick said, though.
No,
that's not what Nick was saying.
So, John, is the person there? Is the guy there?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
And he'll just be there the rest of the show. So, John, you're just not going to be on video today. Is that what's happening?
I don't know yet. I'm not sure. We'll find out soon enough. I mean, no one likes me anyway, so.
I like you.
I'm glad you've got the chance to go to a laundromat, though. That was.
No, I did not.
Oh,
I did not. The wife did.
Oh, that's good.
I did not. I'm trying to hold out for as long as possible. I didn't realize. I guess I should have. It's been that. This is how long it's been. The last time I was at one, it was all coin operated. Oh. Now it's all like you get the prepaid cards or whatever, and I'm like, okay, this is
not the laundromat.
I mean, it's better. I guess it is more. It is more convenient than carrying around a pocket full of quarters or having to find the change
not
machine.
my laundromat.
The one I go to sometimes is just a straight up. It
stuff quarters.
Takes your credit card.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I think
these
I'd rather do
too.
that.
It's extremely expensive.
No, I don't like going to the vending machine and putting up my card.
Oh, you don't.
There's something weird
You
about
like putting
spending less than $1 on my debit card.
Well, you know what? Actually,
Agreed.
it costs more when you buy stuff in our vending machine with your card.
Yeah, it costs 10 cents more.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until
You're getting gypped.
Not that I was like, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing ever. But I was like, wait a second. So now I try not to buy stuff with my card because I don't want to spend.
But then here's the trap.
Oh, I should
that
just borrow our
stupid pop
quarters.
machine.
Yeah,
that stupid pop machine eats your quarters.
It does.
It does actually.
It is the worst pop machine in America.
And when you hit the button to eject the quarters, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just eats them.
I will not use. I will no longer use change in those machines.
You just use
it's
$1.
Either going to be my card or it's going to be $1.
$1.
I am not going to use change because you got so many idiots out there. Hey, I could just stick 75 pennies in here, and we have to always have the sign. In fact, there's one on there right now. I guarantee you. It says, "Don't put pennies in the vending
I want to know
machine."
who the coworker is.
Take pennies.
I want to know who the coworker is who put pennies in there. We've never been able to put pennies in vending machines.
Never.
Not even in the days where pennies could actually buy you things. They were putting pennies.
Exactly.
In
That's right.
Because they didn't have vending machines. Stupid.
No, so when I say it eats my card, it doesn't physically eat my card, but I'll swipe it in the pop machine. I'm like, oh, I want a Dr. Pepper. And then it just won't vend a Dr. Pepper. And then it'll say, thank you. You were charged $1.10. It's like, that's not
annoying.
Okay.
That seems rude.
But then sometimes it gives me 2, so I think it's balanced out at some point.
Eventually. Somebody else got screwed, but then you get 2.
Well, I've gotten screwed too, so I think
I've definitely gone in there before and it spit out like 4 of them.
Whoa, 4?
Yeah, it happens probably once every couple months.
Dang.
Alyssa will come around and she'll be like, here's pop for everybody.
It's like the slot
Yeah,
machine
we had
on the
that happen
inside
to us a
when it
couple
goes
summers ago.
Bar.
Wow. I wish that we had I've been to a radio station before. It was down in Kansas City, actually. And their vending area was you take stuff, and I don't remember exactly how it figured out.
It's like a cafeteria.
But you did have to pay for it, but it was all just kind of, you grabbed whatever you want. But they had sandwiches.
You didn't have to deal with the machine.
Correct.
It's like your own little,
the
stores they have at the airports, but you could just walk in and then it charges you on the way out.
Yeah, kind of like that, I think.
At
Pretty
the
cool.
factory I worked at after high school, they just had a little self-checkout kind of thing where they
might have had that.
They had it all stocked up, and then you just went to the self-checkout.
Yeah,
did that.
Good tweet from.
So who stopped you if you decided not to stop at the self-checkout?
I don't know.
Who watches the Watchmen?
I mean, I think there were cameras in the break room, so that probably did it.
See, that might have been the case too down in the Kansas City place.
There's just this big dude waiting around the corner, and if you walk out without paying, he tackles you. It's like what was that guy's name? The office linebacker. Remember those
Terry
commercials?
Tate.
Terry Tate, office linebacker.
He's still alive.
Well, isn't it just?
Oops.
Yeah, he's still.
I thought he died.
He died?
I thought so. Maybe he's still alive.
Terry Tate, office linebacker, played by Lester Spate.
Oh, he's still alive. Good. All right, awesome. That makes me happy. I was worried. I thought that he had passed. I'm happy to hear that he's still alive.
The sound of relief in your voice.
I was worried for a second. I was worried.
Lester Spate, born August 28, 1963, also known as Rasta, is a former American football player who's had careers as a wrestler and then an actor.
And he's 60 now.
And an office linebacker.
Happy birthday.
He is. He's 60 now. He was born 3 months before the assassination of JFK.
It's always that.
It always comes back to that.
Well, we are very close.
Hey,
we're a week
next
away.
week?
We're not going to be here today or that day. That's the Wednesday.
We need to start
We're not
setting
going to be
lines.
here on Wednesday
we
next
won't.
week?
Connor will be here. Josh will be slacking off. as
Oh
always.
my God.
I'll be here for
Come
4
do
hours.
the show with me.
Yeah.
There's an extra seat. It's right there.
I'd rather not, though.
Wow.
I mean,
Look at you.
I'd love to do the show with you.
We could provide great pre-game coverage for Creighton that afternoon.
We could. There will be Creighton.
Mm-hmm. John will be in Kansas City.
John will be
I'll
gone.
be in Kansas City.
Yep.
You know what, Connor?
it's
Just to
seats
make
open
Josh make Josh feel bad, I'll join you for the last half hour. That extra 2 o'clock half hour.
That'd be so nice. Now, just imagine if Josh was here. Then it would be a full
Well,
crossover.
It'd be like a crossover.
Starting at 2, though, John, there will actually be a pregame show. I believe Jimmy and Jimmy are doing a pregame show.
No, I thought Connor, were you going an extra half hour?
No, they're doing a
Weren't
pregame
you?
show.
They're coming in to do just a 30-minute pregame show?
That was the
and
plan.
you can't spare 30 minutes to come in and do a crossover?
I didn't know I had to.
I'm just asking.
I regret bringing the assassination of JFK.
Just a friendly request.
No, I was the one that brought it up.
I regret bringing up the anniversary.
Remember, Josh, we were going to do all this radio together, and then we.
Then you quit on me.
I didn't quit.
You said, I'm working at Creighton now.
I got another
Look
job.
at me on the big screen.
Yeah, and then, we get a chance to do radio, and you're like, no thanks, I'll sit at home on my butt.
Yeah, bingo. It's going to be lovely.
Connor, did you think, by the way, speaking of that, I didn't hear the interview, but I did see you up there with Val Ackerman.
He saw you, but didn't hear about this.
Yeah. have you ever thought of maybe adding a couple of ferns to your set?
So yeah, we're starting to get to that point. We're gonna make some tweaks, I think, with what's going on over there. But that would have been a great addition for last night in particular with me. She's the very first guest on Jay's Live.
That's awesome. Well, you're gonna have things. You're gonna have like decorations.
Well, we're trying to figure out like what can we put in the background to reinforce the Jay's Live brand. But we have
ferns
right now. We have a table that has a Creighton logo.
Nothing says Creighton like a table.
Yeah, it says Creighton. It has a logo on it. But I think we could put some plants in there.
Oh,
that'd be a good idea.
Are you going to invite people from the Henry Dorley Zoo and they can bring animals and you can like
we did that?
I could be like Brian Fellows. I'm Brian Fellows.
Oh my gosh, what a reference! We did that during the College World Series, didn't we?
Is that a duck?
We talked to a zoo man at the College World Series, the men's College World Series. Yeah, Happer and I did as hosts on air together.
John and I were too busy sweating away in the booth.
We were sweating outside.
Sweating away, toiling, working.
Yes, as were we.
One of the workers at the arena did ask me last night, so is this going to be like a College World Series thing? Is just like I'm like, not really. Like I'm not on the radio at all.
Yeah.
So not at all.
How many hits do you do a game?
Just 2.
Just
just 2? Yeah, I'm on the screen for a grand total of like 5 minutes.
Wow.
And I'm working.
So he's got to make these count.
Yeah, I'm trying to make them count.
And so you did an interview last night.
Yes.
That's cool.
Could I recommend another bit for you? Stupid human tricks.
Human tricks.
Well, give me an example, John.
Well, David Letterman used to do stupid human tricks where, people would come in and show off their unique, things, like people who can, do weird things with their mouths and, stuff like that. Look up on YouTube when you get home. Stupid human tricks. No, not those kind of tricks.
Weird things with their mouth.
Nice.
Yeah, a guy just comes on camera and he just lifts up his shirt.
We should recreate the thing where Letterman once wore an entire suit of Alka-Seltzer tablets and they dropped him into a giant tank of water.
Wow.
And he was wearing like a scuba gear. They should do that.
Man,
that
the 80s sounded so just crazy.
So many
they were
bits
fun.
in the 80s.
Yeah, lots of drugs.
So many drugs.
That's
so many
probably
bits.
why there were so many bits.
Yeah, we should bring back bits. So
lots of bits. We need bits.
Like bring back something else.
Howard Stern's still on the air. Is he doing bits anymore?
He just does interviews
Not
now.
Really.
Yeah. He used to bring in women and they would sit on that thing.
Does he still use that drop?
Yes.
Remember that, John?
Also,
I remember that.
Howard Stern brought in many kinds of people to his show.
Yes.
Many kinds, on many sides.
On many sides.
Yeah.
Yes.
He could not probably get away with it.
Yeah.
No.
I have his autobiography. I've never read it, but I purchased it because it was on sale for like a couple dollars. And I was like, you know what? I should read this and get some ideas for my radio show. Then that was 5 years ago. I'll get to it eventually.
There was a podcast.
I'm sorry, Nick. We could also suggest the movie Private Parts, which is off the.
I've never seen Private Parts.
Movie Club.
Wow.
Be in the movie club.
Oh, you stop it, Nick.
That's a drop.
I've seen Private Parts. I just haven't seen the movie Private Parts.
I was listening to a podcast though, and it's that one I was telling you about where they just make fun of Alex Jones, and they had a clip of him on the Howard Stern show.
Alex Jones?
Yeah, it was an old interview, but even back then, Howard Stern was doing the whole kind of questioning thing, and then the lady with him was just full on.
Robin?
Yeah, Robin. She was just full on shutting him down with every single thing he was saying, and it was great. And nobody's ever done it again.
Odson says, watch the movie.
Allegedly.
Great movie. He says,
it is a good movie.
Is it on streaming? It's my pick this week.
It could be. It's been on HBO many times.
Private Parts streaming. It looks like it might be on Amazon. Oh, it's on Paramount Plus.
Oh.
I might pick this.
There's an option for you.
I might pick this.
It's an option.
Yep. There it is. Paramount Plus.
All right.
And Prime. Okay.
Well, Connor, thanks.
Thank you, John.
Have a great day.
John, thank you for your hard work and determination of being on air today.
Thank you for your hard work and determination for being on air.
Thank you. I worked so hard at my 5 minutes on the camera.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
You did a great 5 minutes.
Thank
you. You did get your 5 minutes.
All right. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, friends. The program will begin in just a moment on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another very pleasant day this Wednesday afternoon, hitting a high near 68 degrees in Omaha. Tomorrow morning, hitting a temperature in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy throughout the day, hitting a high near 70 degrees. Chance of some showers, especially in the evening tomorrow with windy conditions. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
When you give to United Way of the Midlands, your caring spirit helps our neighbors in need get back on their feet and builds a stronger tomorrow for the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Make your gift today at unitedwaymidlands.org.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Less than 24 hours after their Monday night loss to the Broncos, the Bills fired offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey. Buffalo's offense is ranked 7th in yards per game and 8th in points, but have also committed 18 turnovers, which is tied for the second most in the NFL. Quarterbacks coach Joe Brady takes over as the interim OC. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is ready to go after their bye week. Head coach Sean McVay says Stafford will play Sunday after missing week 9 with an injury to his right thumb. The Dolphins could be getting a key piece of their offense back soon in the form of Devon Achane. Monday, Miami opened the rookie running back's 21-day practice window to return from a knee injury he suffered back in week 5. And during a radio interview Tuesday, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones announced that linebacker Leighton Vander Esch will remain on injured reserve and miss the remainder of the season due to the neck injury he suffered week 5. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust, the The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, John's gone.
John, where'd you go?
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Did he have to chastise the washing man?
I don't know. John, is everything okay?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, no, that's not good. Well, the program starts right now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Yeah, now I'm just looking for receipts. It's just,
receipts,
like screenshots.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're going to get your warranty, you got to have all that stuff. This is it's going to be one of them days, kids. It's just going to be one of them days.
One of them days.
Yep. So, welcome to the Grum, everyone.
Wow.
They got a win last night, John. Your team got a win.
Jays win, John.
You'll be in the highlight videos. You'll be like, what a dunk from Trey Alexander.
It was a good dunk.
There was.
It was a good dunk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome, everyone, to the program. I just realized I didn't even load the Grum down.
The Grum down. Man, it is one of those days, John.
Yep.
It is
It
one of
is.
those.
Don't want to wake up.
Charles writes, that means new washer time. John, are you getting a new washer?
I have no idea at this moment. I don't know. I don't know. Where is the Grum down?
I have no idea.
It's on my computer. You know what? It's on my computer. I'm just going to read it.
Grum down.
Doing it live.
We're doing it live. I'm just going to read it. I'm trying to find it, and it's right in front of me.
Okay.
There was a second half surge last night. Yes, Creighton wins. More on that in just a little bit. Mike Schaefer will join us.
Hell yeah.
24/7. Questions about quarterbacks. Interesting question that came up in the dumb debates folder that I actually said, you know what? I'm going to move this to the Mike Schaefer segment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm intrigued.
So I'll have that coming up. Will Michigan's defense come back to Harbaugh them?
Nice. Oh, yeah. Since you're reading the Grum down, this means there are puns.
There are puns.
Which is nice. Gotta love
Noah
puns.
Eagle, no puns here. Noah Eagle will join us from NBC's Big Ten Saturday night. He will be on the call for Nebraska-Wisconsin on Saturday night. It'd be kind of weird if Big Ten Saturday night was on a Wednesday afternoon.
It would be. That would be odd. But
it's
it is. You know how it is? It's Thursday Night Football, Saturday edition. So you never know these days with the whole capitalism gamut.
The voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus, is no longer idling. Fired up for football today. It's a weird bookend weekend in the NFL.
Yeah, and you know what? I realized I'm not going to change it, but I already regret it. This morning I went out and was doing some...
Are you going to make me change it again?
No. I'm not going to. I realized that I was too harsh because I forgot about something. With one.
Oh, you were too harsh.
Yeah, I was too harsh. I was too negative on one of the grades.
The football propaganda was too harsh.
No, propaganda.
I didn't give it enough A's.
No, there are no A's for me today. No A's for me. Don't spread any fake news, John. I just forgot that one of the games now is more intriguing than it was a week or two ago. And that was the point that I'm trying to make.
The Pac-2 is real and it's spectacular.
Oh, yeah, it is. It
is dumb debates. If Husker football 2023 were a flavor.
Wow.
What flavor would it be? You can actually respond in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed because I put that out earlier today. But yes, if Husker football 23 were a flavor, what flavor would it be?
What a question. For you.
And we do have tickets to Creighton, Texas Southern on Saturday night.
Yeehaw. That's what they say in Texas.
Do they?
As the Jays take on the Texas Southern Tigers and attempt to do something that no other Creighton team has ever done. We'll explain that coming up shortly. But anyway, ways to get in touch with us, 402-951-1620. That is also a text line, 42 degrees the source by your mom's house. You can also hit us up, J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, where you can respond to the question, if Husker football were a flavor, what flavor would it be? And there is the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. There you go. There was your Grum Down, brought to you by the referees. Sans Graphics. As I try to find what I did.
What happened? I'm confused about how did you put it in the wrong place?
Well, no.
Isn't it on your desktop?
Well, yeah, but you have to save it, and then you got to put it here, and then you got to upload it to the thingamajig, and it wasn't uploading to the thingamajig, so I read it to you.
You did a great job.
It was nice. It was like a bedtime story.
It was like a bedtime story.
A tweet on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, which is a spot that all of our friends of the Grum can reach out to us, including this friend of the Grum, Kevin Kugler.
Oh.
Always nice to hear from Kevin. He says, "Hi, Josh. Could you please let John know that if it helps him in any way, my washing machine works great. Have a great program." Wow, that is so kind of your friend.
Thanks, Kevin.
Maybe Johnny was inviting you to bring your dirty laundry to his home and wash it there.
Maybe he'll wash it for you. Maybe
Wow.
You know what?
Fold it. Here's your shirt. Fold it. Roll it.
Put it in his
Let me
front
go
door.
outside, find a hog pen nearby, and roll around in it for a while, and then bring the clothes over to Kevin's house.
Oh,
so
wow.
He'll feel more like at home.
Okay. Wow. You're saying his home is like a hog pen?
I'm saying he's like a hog pen.
You're saying him like his personality or him as a human?
Both.
By the way, spoiler alert for Fire for Football. We'll hear Kevin's voice on our fine airwaves on KPTM Fox 42 this Sunday. Yeah. Well, someone hasn't looked at 506sports.com.
No, I
today?
did not look. No, because every time I look at it, it's before the maps come out, and then I don't bother to go back.
Is he going to be in the same building with everybody else there?
The same building is there? No, he'll be there in person.
Oh.
He'll be at his locale in person, Nick. One of the homes of football.
Go football.
A cathedral, some call it. If that gives any hint to Nick. I don't think it does.
No, that gives a hint. I think I know.
Nick thinks he knows what it is. Okay.
I don't want to spoil
We'll
it.
find out later.
Okay, indeed we will.
We'll find out later. All right, we'll come back, and we'll look back at last night, and man, what an offensive explosion it was. It definitely lived up to the billing.
Yes, it did. The overhit, and so a bet of the day hit.
An overhit, but the line did not.
Line did not.
The line did not. The original line would have been very close, because I think it opened at 8.5. Ended up at 8.
Poor Jesse.
All right.
Jesse lost his money line bet.
R.I.P.
Yes, he did. So did Nick.
So did Nick.
Wah, wah. All right, more coming up. 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of
Carrier, turn to the experts. Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, of course, and in the O Market as well. Listen, Thanksgiving is around the corner. You know this already. You're preparing. You're getting your turkey ready, all your sides. But dessert, that's the most important part. So make the call now for some to-go size orders from Ted and Wally's. Whether it's a pint, a quart, or half gallons, you'll be ready for your party, your Thanksgiving as well. Great flavors, over 3,000 of them, over 35 years in business providing you wonderful ice cream. Head over to Ted and Wally's now and tell them Severe sent you.
72 Table and Tap hits the spot for creative food, craft beer, and bourbon, as in really good bourbon. 72 Table and Tap is just south of Ralston Arena, so stop in before or after the concert or game. Try one of the 20 beers on tap, any one of the 150 whiskeys, or indulge in some smoked wings or a goldfish breaded pork tenderloin. They also serve salads, tasty bar food, flatbreads, pizzas, sandwiches, and desserts. There's a reason customers keep coming back. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, repeat.
Now open Sundays till 9.
DJ's Dugout Sports Bar is proud to support Creighton Athletics, and DJ's is the official watch party sports bar of Creighton basketball. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's. Watch Creighton basketball on DJ's huge TV walls at 7 metro locations. Plus, enjoy delicious food and a Blue Jay lemonade cocktail, of course. It's an Omaha tradition. Cheer for the Jays at DJ's. Voted Omaha's #1 sports bar, locally in Vietnam, veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
The 1620, The Zone.
Oh, John's gone. I just realized John's gone. Oh, and there he is.
Oh, hi, John.
Yeah. All right. John's gone. Welcome back. It's
All right.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You can also find our video stream at that website or on YouTube. Just go subscribe to 1620 The Zone TV. Still to come on today's program, we have Mike Schaefer coming up in about 10 minutes. Noah Eagle in the 3 o'clock hour, Mitch Holthus, dumb debates, and a whole lot more. I imagine that how we were going to begin this segment was going to be with Creighton's 92-84 victory last night over Iowa. They moved to 4-0 now on the young season. And as we said going into break, the offense just spectacular. Kind of everything that we expected. And, you know, one of the conversations that we had yesterday with Nick Baugh, the question that I asked him in particular, I said, question for you, was about the Iowa defense and if they were going to be able to keep up and if they were going to be able to slow down the Blue Jays, because that has been kind of the bugaboo for this program. And, you know, sure enough, it's all knotted up at 43 going into the break. And then Creighton outscores them 49-41 in the second half. And, you know, the fun thing about the discussion yesterday with Nick was, you know, bouncing around and asking him in particular, just, you know, about the expectations for this group and kind of what to expect from them, you know, throughout this year. I remember at one point I asked him, how does the mindset this year compare to, you know, what we saw from them going into last year? And he thought that my observation about the, you know, being a little bit different was there and was true. And sure enough, you know, they get this nice win by 8 points, but gosh, Trey Alexander, what more can you say? 23, 11 and 9, almost the second player to get a triple double in program history, going back so many years. And that he was the player that I was wondering about, like, what does that next step look like for him? What does the next evolution look like for him? And, being able to put these types of numbers up on a weekly basis. Of course, we said yesterday, he's not going to be able to shoot whatever it was, 70 or 80%, in every game moving forward. But 23 on 19 shots, and to be able to spread the ball around that much too, man, just so freaking impressive. In what this guy is going to be. I love the way that Happer was describing him earlier on his show today, where, you have like the Doug McDermott tier of Creighton basketball players and then like everybody else, and how he might turn into, for a lot of people, in the non-Doug McDermott category. Trey Alexander might turn into their favorite Creighton Blue Jay, or, some might even say, hey, he's the best non-Doug McDermott Creighton Blue Jay that I've ever seen play for them. And I'm wondering what it's going to look like on a nightly basis with him as this season unfolds. But John, we're just talking about Trey Alexander and what a magnificent performance it was from him last night. And he was a player that we talked about, for a good portion of that interview yesterday with Nick Baugh.
Well, the way he has just stepped up his game in the last year, you can just see the confidence growing. Actually, you can just look back, and if you want to talk about somebody who has shown the development every single year, you go back to his first season, and this was a guy who was coming off the bench. He wasn't getting a whole lot of minutes. Then mid-season, the injury happens to Ryan Nembhard. He gets thrust into the role. He has a big game at UConn. They grit out a win at UConn, and he just you just saw, kind of a switch flip, in that moment, and carried it right on through. Had the great game in the NCAA tournament against San Diego State. Had the big buck at the end, won there, which got the Jays into overtime. They eventually won the game, and then it just carried over into last year. And this year, it's the step up is so pronounced. There is a confidence right now. And we talked to him last night. And if you want to check out our radio interviews, our post game, we upload them to the 1620 The Jays podcast page on 1620thezone.com. And you can just hear it. You can just hear it in him, when he talks about, how things are going. I asked him last night, because he knew with 5 minutes to go, he was 1 assist shy of a triple-double. Creighton has never had a natural triple-double, meaning points, rebounds, assists. That's the traditional triple-double. Creighton's had points, rebounds, blocks, Benoit Benjamin, but never points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah.
And with 6-7 minutes to go, he was at 9. He had already picked up 11 rebounds. He was at 9 assists. So he knew. And while he was a little bit bummed about it, he said, yeah, but I'll probably be in position later this year. There'll be another chance. And it's just like, that swag about him. But then there was last night, and we'll play it back for those of you.
Trey all the way. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! In for the tomahawk jam. Trey Alexander elevates to the 10 and jams it home.
My impression earlier was pretty close.
Yeah, that was the he takes the ball and he gets it. That was his 10th rebound and just sprints the floor, and said he could hear people calling, he could hear people calling out switches behind him, because it was like, hey, pick up your man. And he just said, that's when I knew I was going to go. And he went all the way up and in, and it's been like that at least one every single game. At least one of those types of plays every single game. And of course, there was the back-to-back, not back-to-back, but they both happened in that same stretch, in that run, that 10-2 run that forced 2 different timeouts from Fran McCaffrey. But, Kalkbrenner takes off down the floor. They clear the rebound. We always call it a baseball pass, but it's closer to a football pass, because last time I checked, basketballs and footballs are a lot closer in the same size
yes.
than baseballs are. But, he just makes that great pass down the floor, and it's like hitting the tight end on a post. And Kalkbrenner goes in, gets an and one-on-one, gets a bucket and a jam on the other. And it goes back to these second halves. Look at these numbers for Creighton. We tweeted these out on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. But against Florida A&M, this is the start of the second half, so right out of the locker room. 7 of their first 8 and 10 of their first 14. The halftime score, which was already a blowout anyway, goes from 56-27 to 86-43 by the time that stretch is done. On Saturday against North Dakota State, 10 of their first 12, which was on the heels of 8 of their last 8 to end the first half. But 10 of their first 12 and 14 of their first 19, the score goes from a 10-point lead at halftime to a 30-point lead. And then last night, out of the locker room, tied at 43, 10 for their first 10 and 15 of their first 17. And the score goes from a tie game to a 17-point lead. These second half starts have been incredible. And usually it ends up being Alexander and Kalkbrenner. Those two guys are the guys that are really starting it. And it's led to all of these points. So here it is, points to open the season. Last night, it's only the second team in school history to have at least 89 points in its first 3 games. They're only 7 shy of matching the 2017-2018 team for best start to a season. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in Game 4. In Game 4 of the 17-18 year, they went down to Kansas City and beat UCLA, scored 100 on them. They'll have Texas Southern, which is, spoiler alert, not a great team, on Saturday night. There's a chance they could have the best total of points through 4 games in school history.
Incredible. I like this comment too, real fast, where he talked to Schaefer from Star Wars fan. Yep. He says, I wonder if Ryan Nembhard leaving, he saw the role of, hey, this is my team. I felt last year they let Ryan lead at points. And that was something I actually saw brought up from our dear friend Robbie Lula last night on Twitter, just about getting the ball in Trey's hand more and how that was something he wanted to have happen. And now it is happening. And you're seeing that it's paying off pretty well. Also, Amazing Daniel says, poor guy made that call to the show yesterday solely so he could call back and brag, but everyone who was telling him he was wrong in his kind of viral tweet reply was right, I guess. Yeah, taking Iowa on the money line for Mr. Jesse didn't end up working out well.
He said it wasn't viral. It was just making the rounds.
It was making the rounds, Amazing Daniel, making the rounds. Yeah. Semi-viral.
All right, Mike Schaefer is going to join us next, and we've got more to come on game on Saturday. Nebraska and Wisconsin, also some recruiting notes and his thoughts too. We didn't really talk a lot about it yesterday. The news did break during the Grum, but Trev Alberts' contract extension.
Yes.
All that and more as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We are just over 24 hours, John, away from another weekend of NFL action. It begins with a huge one tomorrow. And right now, new customers, if they go to FanDuel.com/1620, they can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. Now, tomorrow night's game, John, that might not be the play because these are 2 division rivals. They see each other so often, and it's a game that could go down to the very end. But if you have a lean on Cincinnati or Baltimore, feel free to take them. That said, there are some heavy favorites throughout the league. Knicks Dolphins, my Cowboys, the Jaguars are big favorites as well, and a whole lot more. And again, just go to FanDuel.com/1620, and any winning $5 moneyline bet gets you $150 in bonus bets.
And when you become a new customer, Josh, you're going to learn very quickly how easy it is to use FanDuel and how much fun it is, because with every game, there's a lot of different player and game props that you can use, and you can use those in same-game parlays, which can really pay off big. So just check it out. Go to FanDuel.com/1620, and new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's with FanDuel, FanDuel.com, and use that promo code, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers, and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Well, hey, it's Oliver Anthony. Me and Joey and the fellas are coming to your town. We're going to pet some dogs and sing some songs.
June 16th, West Fair Amphitheater.
So go ahead now. Tell your mama and your papa, your grandmammy and them. Just tell all of them to come on. See you soon.
Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored
Prescriptions
by
require an
Fairfield
online consultation with a
Primary.
healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
Never feel remotely anything other than just this is awesome with a playoff.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, I was accused of sounding like I had done a line of illegal drug.
Mike Schaefer.
It's not working. Shape, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear John Bishop.
I figured. I was looking at his face, and judging by his face, I was worried it's not working. And then he tried to do the little scratchy thing on his microphone to see if it was coming through, and we got nothing.
That's unfortunate. It looks like he's still trying to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
To no avail. I'm a good lip reader, but I don't
what's
know.
He saying? Is that the F word there?
I didn't see the F word. No.
No. Yeah. And that's the old headset he used to use back in the COVID days, if I remember right.
Hello?
Hey, there he is.
Wow.
God, we've gotten this has been a day.
You look like a defensive coordinator trying to stop Josh Dobbs right now.
I look like an offensive coordinator who wants my third string quarterback to just wing the ball all around the field. Oh, no. You know what? If I'm going down, I'm taking everybody else with me.
Is that what he said, John, on Saturday? Is that what he said as he sent in that play call? If I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me.
Yeah.
His washer was broken too, and it was very frustrating. All right, Schaefer. Well, how are you?
I think I'm doing better than you.
Good.
Yeah, I don't even mean that in an insulting way. As I
No,
like
I'm not insulted.
It seems like it's been a bit of an afternoon for you. So
it has.
It's
well,
not like you had a late night or anything the night before.
No, not at all. Not at all. The strange thing is I feel quite awake. I'm not usually as sleepy as I am normally at this time of day.
Good.
Speaking of good afternoons, about 24 hours ago, we learned that Trev Alberts was getting a contract extension, and quite the contract extension, out to 2031, and getting basically a doubling of his salary. I'm curious, Schaefer, how do you balance the need for stability in the athletic department, rewarding an AD for good performance, while knowing that the extension is coming with a president who is departing for another school within 6 weeks, and there's another school under the same university umbrella that's trying to clean up a mess that Trev Alberts may or may not have had a part of?
Yeah, the timing on this fascinates me because I'm not sure if it's just like a Ted Carter to Trev Alberts, goodbye gift, I guess, on your way out the door. I'm not sure if it's a, university to Trev Alberts, like, we believe in you, keep doing what you're doing. I suspect the timing of the story that came out a couple weeks ago and the timing of the extension are linked together to sort of create kind of the sort of counter narrative that we have going on right here. But more than anything, and I don't want this to come across as I don't like Trev, or I don't think he's done a good job. Who are you bidding against to make him this highly paid as an athletic director? And again, I think that Trev Alberts has, to use the phrase that Michael Bruns can't go a single podcast without using, I think he checks off a lot of boxes here in terms of what you want from your athletic director. But who was going to hire him away? Where was he going? Like, what was he considering retirement or another job? Like, it just seems like a lot of extra money at a time in which you aren't making extra money. I mean, they're like, I'm not putting together full thoughts here because I don't have this completely put together, and I have things going in my brain as I'm trying to talk. For instance, anybody that's been to the last several home games, those aren't sold out crowds. You're not selling out all of your, I mean, you have the money already for the seats, right? But you're not making extra money in terms of concessions. I would guess, as John Bishop looks like he's creepily moving here as I'm talking.
Killing me.
I would guess that you're not selling as much in terms of concessions because you have less in the stands. Like, there's just a lot I don't understand about the timing of why now. I don't know that it makes a ton of sense to do this extension before this giant fundraising effort. I know that there's money coming in for the university, and it's not that they can't afford it. It's just weird. Like, Trev Alberts in 2025, or I guess starting in 2025 or starting in 26, I forget how it's worded, is going to make $2.1 million as Nebraska's athletic director. Why? Why is the athletic director making $2.1 million? And again, it's great. This is all funded from your athletic department. I just don't understand, like, where this arms race is coming from, why this is necessary. Again, I don't have any complaints about Trev Alberts' job. I'm just looking around at a football program that doesn't have 90,000 people sitting in its stadium, is 2 weeks away from potentially missing a bowl game again, is by far the most important driver of everything that really matters in your athletic department. And you're going to turn around and ask for a ton of money to renovate a stadium that badly needs it. It's just weird. The timing of it is weird. Again, I don't know why it needed to be that much money. I don't know why there's no concern. I don't know what's on the horizon for that Trev Alberts was going to leave. Again, I'm sort of baffled by all of it. I heard that it was coming. It didn't catch me by surprise. But the sheer amount of money that Nebraska is paying for its athletic director is staggering. And that's, not even counting a $3 million gift if he just finishes out his contract. The money that was just given to Bill Moose to sort of disappear, the money that's been paid out to Scott Frost and Mike Riley and Bo Pelini and all of Nebraska's just given a lot of money away, a lot of money away, and they don't have a ton to show for it. And at some point, there needs to be some level of results. Like announcing this extension, you haven't even made a bowl game yet. What's the greatest highlight of Trev Alberts' career as an athletic director? Not firing Scott Frost in November of 21, waiting until September and paying out the money to do it anyways. I just don't. I'm not entirely sure what the extension is predicated on or why it had to happen. And again, this is from someone who thinks that Trev is doing a fine job. Fine doesn't mean $2.1 million starting in 2025.
I tend to think, guys, tell me if you agree with me. This is being done more to make the capital campaign more palatable or possible to the donors. In other words, the donors need some assurances that this money is going to the right place, that we're donating to the right people, that it's going to be handled properly. And they want to show the donors, hey, this is our guy. We trust him so much, so you can trust him too. And it's all being geared towards the campaign of save or rebuild Memorial Stadium.
Again, having, the level of donation that I've ever made to anything would not match what is being given out by the people at the highest end of the stadium. It was that like a condition to get a large gift? I guess who thought Trev Alberts was going somewhere? Who was concerned about the stability of Trev Alberts? Were people concerned about this? Did I miss an entire conversation that has occurred here? Again, I don't have any problem with him getting paid. I just don't understand the timing of why it is now and what it is reflective of. That he's going to make more money than every athletic director that's ever occurred before him and sets a standard that basically says, hey, we're going to pay our athletic directors $2 million going forward. That's a lot. I don't understand the timing of it. Again, I'm not opposed to it. It's just odd on its face as to why now. And if the idea is that you need to lock in donors for this big stadium renovation, that there needs to be stability to show for that, I guess I was curious where the instability was as it related to Trev Alberts.
Schaefer on the field, and I guess this is actually kind of an off-the-field question, but John and I were talking a lot yesterday about the quarterback situation moving forward beyond this year and what kind of waters they'll be swimming in terms of bringing in a portal quarterback. We already know what they have in terms of high school, and that's Daniel Kalen. What type of waters will Nebraska be able to swim in? What type of quarterbacks do you think that we will be discussing when the calendar flips past the end of the regular season, whether or not they make a bowl game and Nebraska's involvement in the portal for that position?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to be discussing on two different fronts. I mean, there could be a conversation about what happens, with Nebraska in terms of a quarterback that has experience, and in terms of, are they going to try to take multiple quarterbacks? Are they going to have anyone that sticks around from this year's team? So those are the sort of things that can really kind of dictate what happens here. It would seem to me the most likely scenario, Nebraska finds someone that has some experience that can come in and compete against Heinrich Harbaugh, while finding a quarterback that they maybe like a lot that didn't get a chance to play somewhere that can also come in and be part of that competition. You really try to build out that room. I don't know that the style of offense that they have run for much of this year is what they want moving forward. So part of it to me is trying to find a guy that can kind of fit what you want to do, what you want your offense to look like. Now, they went out and they got Jeff Sims, and that was their guy for last year's cycle. And it still doesn't look how it's supposed to on offense. So I don't know that necessarily is going to be a big part of the equation. A lot of it's who's available, who's interested, who wants to come to Nebraska, what they can offer in terms of NIL money. I mean, when we're talking quarterbacks, you're probably talking about as much money as you can possibly give to any one individual player. We're going high end here. So there's a lot of different variables that are going to weigh in on all of this. And then, how you get a guy here, what the pitch is when you don't really have weapons around. What are you're going to tell a guy, hey, come play with Emmett Johnson? come throw the ball to Malachi Coleman and to Jalen Lloyd. You got Thomas Fidone. Like, those names don't mean anything to these quarterbacks that are in the portal. And I don't say that to insult those guys, but there's no household name that you're going to come play with. And so if you're going to hope to sell a Michael Pratt, and that would be the dream scenario if he goes in, the Tulane quarterback. I mean, what's your pitch? Like, what are you selling him on that he's going to be playing with offensively? I think that's the part of the conversation everybody skips when we just start immediately talking about, well, they got to go get these quarterbacks out of the portal. Well, what's the pitch? You know, what makes you want to come to Nebraska? Because it sure as hell isn't the offensive production right now.
I'm going to spring a question on you that was a dumb debates topic, but I thought, this might be a fun conversation for the group. I've got a name in mind, so if you guys, need to think about it, I'll throw you my name out first. But Husker follower sent me this tweet, said, you can take one player from any of Nebraska's opponents except Michigan and replace it with the parallel player on Nebraska's roster. Which swap would make the biggest impact on the overall season? And you can also think of it not only as a benefit to Nebraska, but also an impediment to the opponent. So you're taking any one player, 1-for-1 trade or swap out, except Michigan from this year's schedule. I have a name in mind. I'm curious if you would agree with me. Talia Tungavailoa.
That was going to be my answer too. Even though Schaefer just laid out a really good argument for why it's going to be hard to go after a portal quarterback, and that's going to be like, look who you're throwing the ball or handing the ball off to. He would also be my answer because I think he is, in terms of his skill set, it would be who I would want the most from anyone Nebraska has played this season.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part is I'm sitting here racking my brain. Like, it's not like they faced a running back that's good.
No.
It's not like they faced a wide receiver who's just lighting the world on fire. So you
outside of Michigan, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just end up having to take a quarterback by default, and so then you're just talking about, do you want
Shedeur Sanders or
And I
some people might say a healthy Travis Hunter, again, is that gonna make a difference if you still have Jeff Sims or Trevor Purdy or
Hunter Carver throwing the ball? Who I can build my offense around. And I don't know that there's a player that's available from the opponents that make more sense than one of those two quarterbacks. I mean, and I honestly, when, 3 weeks ago, I was considering who the Vikings quarterback of the future was going to be. I really like Sanders. I mean, I think he's better than a lot of the guys that are going to go high in this year's draft. And it seems like maybe he's going to come back for next year, but he would probably be the choice. But Tungavailoa is really good. I mean, we saw that just one drive where he's like, you know what, we're just chucking it here, and just absolutely. And he had a couple really nice throws on Saturday. They don't have much of an offensive line. I mean, he's kind of doing a lot of this, and he has for 4 years, kind of like an Adrian Martinez without a ton of help around him. Different skill set, but he would be really good too. The shame of it is, it's not like there's a running back. I mean, if you could promise me that Braylon Allen was effective and healthy, then that would be, my first choice, but he hasn't really been either in all of 2023. So there's, it's kind of one of those two quarterbacks by default, I think.
Sanders has the better arm talent, but Tungavailoa is the better runner. Shedeur can run, but he doesn't like to. And I just think with this offense particularly, because remember, you still are throwing to the same receivers. And, it doesn't necessarily mean that Tungavailoa is going to be able to put up the same kind of numbers, but his ability to scramble, to move around, to be willing to take off and run on occasion.
His decision-making.
Yeah. Now, the decision-making, I would give, Shedeur's better decision-maker, I think, based on what I've seen. But I just think the all-around skill set, 1-to-1 would make a bigger difference with this particular offense than it would be with Shedeur at the moment. If they had better skill position around him, then the pick is Shedeur. But I just think based on how it would fit into the offense, it would be almost fit, not quite perfectly, but well enough. They wouldn't have to do nearly as much of the option game, but certainly you'd have a quarterback that would move better and more willingly than Shedeur does.
Yeah, the hard part is, like, we can talk about the playmakers. They've schemed up guys that are open. Like, you just need someone who can make easy throws. And so Good
point.
You could take 8th and Calicomanis, and Nebraska would probably have 2 more wins right now, maybe 3. And so it's not like the gap between their quarterback play and the quarterback play of other teams has been seismic at times, because they just don't, the Michigan State game's a great example. I think Harbaugh just wasn't seeing open guys all over the field. There's nothing inherent that about the receivers of Colorado that Malachi Coleman or Jalen Lloyd or Jaden Doss weren't doing in East Lansing when they were just open and weren't having the ball thrown to them. So I guess I'm sort of cutting against part of my own, diatribe of the transfer portal quarterback thing. But it is, someone that can just process information would have enough success in this offense. They would have won more games. Now, I think you take a Sanders or a Tagovailoa, and Nebraska's offense goes from okay to potentially good. Whereas if you just have a Calicomanis or, a replacement level quarterback, you're merely just okay. But you're winning games at okay. Like it's such a weird conversation because you want to pretend like Nebraska's building something for the future. So we have an idea of what this is supposed to look like, but really, you're also just hoping they can just survive with what they have. And it's such a weird mismatch of pieces. And it's hard not to feel like they're going to be starting over on offense, regardless of what happens.
Yep.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, thank you. Appreciate it. Have yourself a fine rest of the day. The good news is it's a very nice day outside. So if you need to pick up leaves, this would be a good time to do it.
The nice thing building well, I didn't build it, but moving into a new construction home, there's not a lot of like old trees in the neighborhood.
No trees.
I left like a 1950s neighborhood where I had to have like the leaf blower, the leaf sucker, like 75 bags from Home Depot to survive. But now I don't even have to worry about it. I'm just lightly mowing over some of that stuff when I feel like it.
That whole Arbor Day thing is overrated. Am I right?
We'd have a lot less leaves if Arbor Day hadn't existed in Nebraska,
We've had some drama.
We need more trees. There'd be even less around here for us.
Yeah, we've had some drama in the neighborhood this week with one person who has refused to pick up their leaves and the other person who wants to pick them up anytime they fall, and then the wind blows and blows the leaves into their yard. It's been quite the drama. I on the other hand, I just the good news is the Sunday afternoon NFL games haven't been great the last couple of weeks, so I've been able to get my work done.
So is it like is this on Nextdoor, or are they coming over to your house to tell you about this? How are you?
No, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah, how are you familiar with the drama?
There's a thing called the Facebook.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're in like a neighborhood association group?
No, I just
it's like commenting on people's like posts.
Yes, I'm not.
Are the olds making statuses about leaves?
This is
wild. Yes, and then I get the information, from the wife because she sees them too, and then I hear about it, and then I happen to notice that the neighbor in question did bother to pick up their leaves today. So peace and harmony may have finally returned to the neighborhood just in time for me to lose my mind on this washer.
Well, another crime prevented in South Lincoln.
For now. Schaefer, have a great week. Thanks.
Bye, Schaefer.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Mike Schaefer joining us as he does every week on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline via the StreamYard.
John, when we come back, I want to get to a couple responses about Trev.
Okay, that's a good idea,
listeners, because I think that was a really good discussion that we had at the beginning of the interview with Schaefer.
All right, let's do that, and that'll be right ahead of Noah Eagle from NBC Sports, who will be on the call on Saturday night for Nebraska and Wisconsin. Yes, Josh is pulling strings to bring us only the best guests.
Look at me getting things done.
Great get, Josh.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
And now the question is, will I be back in time for the next segment, or do I have more questions I have to answer? But I do have answers for you if you're looking for a brand new vehicle, because while 2023 is not over yet, why not move forward in a 2024 Chevy from Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley? The Silverado 1500 WT features the high-output TurboMax 4-cylinder with 310 horsepower and towing capacity up to 9,500 pounds. Plus, you get the fuel economy of the TurboMax. You can get yours with rear step bumper, Chevy infotainment system, and more, and save up to $2,000 off MSRP. Plus, get 1.9% APR financing for 36 months. Just have $299 doc fee at signing at Woodhouse Chevy. Or if you're looking for an Equinox, a 24 Equinox Super Lease can be yours today. The Equinox featuring Chevy Safety Assist driving technology, Amazon Alexa, and 1.5-liter turbocharged engine. Lease yours for only $336 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year. Just have first payment and $299 doc fee at signing. You can see their full selection at woodhouse.com and schedule a test drive and get a lot of questions answered right there on the website, woodhouse.com. Find new roads in a 2024 Chevy at Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th in Dodge, Omaha. With approved credit, must be a Costco member and have GM Lease or Lease Conquest to qualify. Must finance with GM Financial. Offers expire 11/15/23.
Previously on the crossover.
And we rolled him over on the side. He hit one of those ruts, turned 45 degrees sideways, hit the retaining wall, and eventually started going end over end. And so every time the top of the barrel, the exposed end, you'd see his arms flaying. And we stood there at the top of the hill. We were looking at each other going, do we go down and save him or do we run?
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another very pleasant day this Wednesday afternoon, hitting a high near 68 degrees in Omaha. Tomorrow morning, hitting a temperature in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy throughout the day, hitting a high near 70 degrees. Chance of some showers, especially in the evening tomorrow with windy conditions. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
42 Degrees is proud to join our community in honoring those who served our country this Veterans Day. From now until November 19th, we're collecting cans of food, boxed food, non-perishables, and hygiene products for the Omaha Veterans Food Pantry, helping thousands of veterans in Nebraska and Iowa who are in need. Please bring to any of our Omaha or Lincoln locations. To all veterans, we say thank you for your service. Donate today at 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 worth of vouchers to Le Voltaire French Restaurant for only $25. Le Voltaire Pepperwood Village is a locally owned, unpretentious French restaurant serving down-home cooking with an extensive wine list and great handcrafted cocktails for decades. Whether dining with friends, clients, or that special someone, Le Voltaire will make you feel right at home.
Zone Deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On-air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Canoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glasshouse Market, located within Canoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct. They have to play with themselves. The 1620. The Zone.
All right, welcome back. So we were talking about the decision to re-up Trev Alberts. Had a good conversation with Mike Schaefer of 24/7 Sports. And I think as we get to some comments, Josh, I think multiple things on this can be true. It can be true that stability is good. It can be true that you believe Trev Alberts is doing a good job. It can be true that he's the right person at the right place at the right time, given everything that's cycling around college football. It's also okay to wonder why the timing now, why the dramatic increase now, why the length of the contract now, given the fact that the president who made the decision by himself, because he does not need authorization from anybody else, is an outgoing president who's leaving for another Big Ten school, and you still have the underlying circumstances at Omaha. I would love to know what the people at Omaha are thinking right now, UNO, because of the memo that came out. I know a lot of people want to dismiss the story based on where it came from. Remember, the story that came out in the Flatwater Free Press was from the memo of the study done by UNO. That's the story. So anyway, all of those things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, so a couple comments. Matthew, this is the newest one, actually, and then I get to a couple tweets that I'd say. But Matthew writes, the thing to keep in mind is this. Do the big money people feel negatively about it? If 20% of people who would never donate to the stadium anywhere, Matt, doesn't matter. Well, Matthew, I'm happy that you asked that, because I heard from a source this morning who is very, very plugged into some of the big-time donors within Nebraska athletics. And this person said that there is surprise and disbelief from some big donors about the dollar amount and the terms of this deal. So to answer that question, and like going back to our conversation a couple of weeks ago, John, one of the things that I had heard from a separate source was that there was always that was where the concern was. It was in these people and I guess how they feel about Trev. Two tweets that I wanted to read real fast where he talked to No Eagle. Jesse says, why do we care what people make? Are others going without it because of it? And Tim writes, to me, it shows the regents don't care about the UNO finances issue. Obviously, those are two different responses. To Jesse, I think you and I are in agreement. I don't care how much someone makes. I'm never someone who's like, well, that special teams coach makes $500,000 and they're bad. No, they should be good regardless of how much he is or isn't paid. To me, it's the timing of this, I'm guessing, is for you, John, where a lot of this comes from. I'm guessing that's what it is for Schaefer. And from some of the people that I've talked to over the last 24 hours, that has been the reaction of like, well, isn't this timing very interesting? Especially, again, given that Ted Carter is about to leave. You said it was SIP yesterday, and you did kind of joke about it, but like, he'll be the enemy very, very shortly.
Yes, he will. He will be the guy at Ohio State. I use this analogy with Jack. I'm not saying it's a great analogy, but every time a presidential term comes to an end, we get all the pardons that happen because there's no repercussions. It's like, hey, I'm out the door. I'm not here anymore. And anytime something like this happens, at least to me, my suspicions go up just a little bit. But the fact that it's also coming off the heels of the report from UNO makes it very curious. To the other
same umbrella.
Yeah, and to the other commenter's point about donations, where they're coming from, keep in mind this is a very unique state. You've got Lincoln, you've got Omaha, and you have Greater Nebraska. It's almost like there's three Nebraskas here. And one of the areas where the University of Nebraska Lincoln Huskers struggles with, of those three, is Omaha. And one area that Trev has been wanting to get back into and make it more of a stronghold is Omaha.
Yeah.
And we found this out with the whole kerfuffle about dropping wrestling and football. There were some people who have given to both UNO and UNL who were very alienated by that. And there's been some damage to those relationships. And now this is 10 years in the past. Maybe many of them have been healed. Maybe they haven't. I don't know. But when a story like the one that came out 2 weeks ago comes out, it raises some of those similar suspicions, and it may affect your ability to raise money in Omaha. I don't know if it will. I can't speak for those folks, but I would understand if that were the case. So there's a lot of different layers to this. Again, all that said, what Trev Alberts has done at the University of Nebraska Lincoln has checked most, if not all, the boxes, and it's been very successful. But there's the uniqueness of he did used to work for another department under the same umbrella, and that department is struggling right now, and there's some concerns as to where that came from.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Noah Eagle of NBC Sports, who will be on the call Saturday night with Todd Blackledge for Nebraska and Wisconsin. He'll join us next on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, right next to Taste of New Orleans, and in the Old Market as well. One of the great things about Ted and Wally's, being that they open more than 35 years, is they have great nostalgia, not just for the ice cream, but for things to buy for the holidays as well. You want to grab something that someone will love? Get yourself a gift card from Ted and Wally's or from Taste of New Orleans. People will love you for it. You put it in a card, and it's the perfect gift. Get ready for Thanksgiving today with some to-go orders from Ted and Wally's, both locations, Benson and Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
With over 45 years in business, Thrasher Foundation Repair makes stressful home repairs super easy with precise repair and genuine care. From basement waterproofing to foundation repair, concrete restoration, and crawl space repair, you can count on Thrasher to handle it with ease and expertise. Schedule a free estimate today at gothrasher.com.
Precise repair, genuine care, Thrasher.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Tight ends coach Josh Martin has experience being around Wisconsin quarterback Tanner Mordecai, as both were at SMU in 2021. Defensive coordinator Tony White says that helps a bit, but just reiterates what they're seeing from scouting the Badgers this season.
Oh, we got all the info on the guy, man. We got his girlfriend's birthday and all that stuff. We got all that info. But no, you just the same thing you see on film. Respects his game, really mobile quarterback. Very similar to the last couple of guys we faced. They can run the ball on you, but they run around back there to extend the play and get the ball downfield. Good athletes, they can make all the throws. So it's kind of interesting that you're seeing us play the same kind of quarterback like that. So, but we got to be ready for him. He's talented.
For The Zone, I'm Caleb Henry.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season.
Nick,
Hurry,
back on
this offer
timeline.
won't last forever.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction, presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by Chase Senate Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with McKegg and 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
All right, back to normal-ish. And hopefully on Saturday, Nebraska will be back to winning so that they can get to bowl eligibility. In fact, bowl eligibility is what is at stake. The winner knows it's playing sometime later in December or early January. The loser, well, they're going to have a rivalry game, either Wisconsin against Minnesota or Nebraska against Iowa, to try to get to that point. The man who will be on the call for said game on NBC Sports, Noah Eagle, Big Ten Saturday night, joins us on the 42 Degrees of the Source hotline. Noah, good afternoon.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
It's a beautiful day here in Nebraska, but can you promise that you'll be calling a Nebraska win? Because that would make it even better for a lot of folks around here.
No, you know what? If I had the true eagle eye, maybe I'd have. I'm still working my way up from there. I'm still kind of a young bird in the nest, so I don't quite have that knowledge or capability quite yet. I'm still learning the power of the broadcaster's jinx. So once I own that, then maybe I can move on.
No, you were in Lincoln last year for what ended up being Scott Frost's last game as head coach, watching a defense that gave up over 40 points in a loss, and that has been, of course, one of the big stories around here. When you watch this side of the ball on tape and compare them to last year, is there something that jumps out to you that you're like, wow, I'm stunned that they are able to do that as well as they are, given what it was like a year ago?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, they're just playing faster and they're playing a lot more free. And that was really the key for what Tony White, the defensive coordinator coming in from Syracuse, was trying to do, was to play a little bit more of a freer style of defense. I think last year they were just a little more rigid. And then you bring in the Matt Rule side, which is toughness. And I think we're seeing that. When I was at the game last year in Lincoln, that's what lacked to me. It was a Georgia Southern team that came in there and they had a quarterback who was heavily experienced, and they had these weapons that felt like they had a chip on their shoulder and something to prove, and they took it to them, and they were just not physical enough to really leave a mark on the Eagles. And then this year, I'm just watching their games really from the beginning, even the Minnesota game. You give up 13 points to a Minnesota team that has now proven again that they're very solid, and they're going to be a tough out for everybody, and PJ Fleck, despite all of PJ Fleck's stuff, is still an excellent coach and gets the most out of his teams, and they're going to be tough. But I think from that point on, from week one until now, we've seen this Nebraska defense as a tough defense. And that, to me, is not any more indicative anywhere else than in the fact that they stopped the run. And they stopped the run at a very high rate. And that is a large credit to their guys up front, a large credit to me to the leadership of Luke Reimer deciding to come back, of Nick Henrich being healthier, and just seeing that front seven, I wouldn't say reach their full potential because I think they could even do more, but get closer to reaching that full potential. We know they're talented, and now they have the toughness to go with it.
Noah, obviously, as a national broadcaster and the guy who's supposed to be down the middle, you look at things from a different lens. And an ongoing quarterback mystery or drama is not great for fan bases or coaching staffs. But from a television and a storyline perspective on Saturday, does Nebraska's current quandary make for intriguing theater?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think anytime that you have something of this magnitude, and when I say of this magnitude, I'm talking specifically about the turnovers. I really have never seen a team that has been plagued by this realistically at the one position. And we just met with the coaching staff today, and we'll probably be getting into this over the course of the game on Saturday. But what Matt Roll was saying, what Marcus Satterfield was saying, I think that really resonated was, look, yeah, we have a turnover issue, but it's directly from the quarterback position. And as a result, you've got a quarterback issue. Now, Heinrich Haarberg clearly got banged up last week, and I'll be curious to see what the status looks like with him. You've got a guy in Jeff Sims who is experienced and played a lot of games, but did have his own turnover issues before he got to Lincoln at Georgia Tech. And with Chuba Purdy, I think we saw the capability on that last drive last week against Maryland. We saw what's in there, and he's certainly healthier than he was earlier in the season. And so I'll be curious what they decide to do. They didn't tell us anything about who they're going to start. They didn't tell us anything about realistically who's the leader in the clubhouse. But they did say that they're going to give Chuba the full, at least, opportunity to prove that he should be the starting quarterback this week. And if he takes that opportunity, I'll be curious to see what it looks like. Because obviously last week, the interception at the very end of the game was devastating in a lot of ways. And it was the one play you couldn't make. You could even take a sack in that set and still come away with most likely the 3 points to go out in front late in the fourth quarter. I get that. But we're talking about a guy who's barely played over the course of his career entirely, and certainly has barely played this year. And leading into that game, he had no intention or no belief that he was going to enter the game. In fact, it was really the first time in a long time that he even was cleared, it sounds like, to enter a game. And imagine being put in that spot. Imagine being put just on the spot like that. So I'm curious to see what he looks like now with a full week of somewhat of real reps, somewhat of maybe first-team reps. And if he can then take that mantle moving forward into the final week of the season and beyond. But I'm not saying he's going to be the starting quarterback. I'm sure Jeff Sims is going to get his opportunity as well. What I do know is Chuba Purdy's at least going to prepare as if he's going to be the starting quarterback. And that could make the world of a difference in terms of taking care of the football.
Noah, Nebraska's opponent, this is the second time you're going to see Wisconsin in the last few weeks. And going into that Ohio State game, they were a 5-2 team. They had just come off of a nice comeback win over Illinois in a bounce-back spot after that 15-6 loss to Iowa. And a month later, the quotes that are coming out of Madison, it doesn't seem like a really good situation. I know it's reminded a lot of locals around here about some of the vibes after Nebraska fired Frank Solich a couple decades ago. How much of this season do you think has caught that coaching staff off guard, where they now find themselves in a spot where they're also playing for bowl eligibility, and you're getting tweets and stuff from former players about, the decision that was made almost a full calendar year ago?
Yeah, I think it's a little surprising, and I'm sure they've been taken aback to a certain degree. I think the part about Wisconsin that we need to acknowledge and we need to make sure that people still recognize is they've dealt with not just injuries, but somewhat devastating injuries in terms of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to establish, and certainly on the offensive end. Because even if you look at what they've done defensively, like last week's a great example. They play Northwestern. I think everybody looks at the final score of that game and says, whoa, what happened there? How do you give up 24 points? And that's fair, but you give up 24 points. Essentially, you give up the touchdowns on the first three Northwestern possessions. They didn't give up a single point in the second half. I mean, their defense settled in and did what they're supposed to do. And realistically, you give up 24 points with the weapons and offense they believed that they had coming into the season. They should be able to overcome that. They just didn't. Now, the reason I bring that up is because even in a lot of their losses, right, you lose to Iowa, they gave up 15 points in that game. You lose to an Ohio State team that many people believe could and maybe should become a playoff team by the end of the year. They gave up 24 points in that game. You lose to Indiana, you give up 20 points in that game. So defensively, they're kind of doing what they believe they're capable of, and they might even be able to do a little bit more. We'll see in these last 2 weeks. But offensively, Tanner Mordecai broke his hand. I mean, this is a guy they handpicked and believed was going to lead their team as their quarterback. He broke his hand several weeks back. And with Braden Locke, who's talented and has played in an air raid system before and had some familiarity with what it looks like, he's still a redshirt freshman. He had never started a collegiate game until a couple weeks back. And he did a good job, all things considered, but it wasn't the experience level player that they expected to have. So that's one. You lose, and this is the most important to me, Chez Malusi. And they had this 1-2 running back punch that was going to be one of the best in the Big Ten, that was early in the season dominant. They start this season 4-1, thanks in large part to the fact that they had Braylon Allen and Chez Malusi. And those two guys complemented each other perfectly. And when they lost Malusi, everything fell on Braylon Allen. If you look at his snap counts, you look at his usage percentage, it was as high as anybody in the conference. And that's hard from the running back position. And then Braylon Allen goes down, and now you have neither of them. So you have neither of those guys going into a game on the road at Indiana against a team that's desperate for a win, and you lose the game by 6 points. So I understand the frustrations, and I understand where it's all coming from. It's year one. Luke Fickell's track record is excellent for a reason. He builds a toughness and a culture similar to Matt Rule. We talked to him a couple weeks ago. We didn't really get the sense that he was overly concerned. Now, I'll be curious to talk to him again this week, but I think that that's a coaching staff that's smart. They've been together in the past, aside really from Phil Longo, but they've been together in the past in some respects, and they've got players that I think they will develop over time. And similar to Nebraska, that's what their mentality is. Yes, they can go to the transfer portal and they can try to pick up some talent, and they certainly brought some over from Cincinnati, but they're still about development over there, and I'd expect to see that moving forward out of Madison.
Noah Eagle, NBC Sports, will be on the call on Saturday night for Nebraska, Wisconsin. This is, of course, the first year of NBC's Big Ten Saturday night, and it's a difficult task anytime you're kind of building something from scratch. Obviously, NBC Sports has done football for many years, but you're getting used to a new partner. You're getting used to a new producer, new people around you. How do you think year one has gone? To kind of talk us through the process of building this franchise from scratch, because it's not like you're starting at 11 o'clock in the morning or some oddball time slot. You're in prime time, so there's some weight on your shoulders.
Yeah, it's been a blast, guys. I've been really, really fortunate, and NBC put me in an excellent position. They put me with Todd Blackledge, who, plain and simple, is the best college football analyst doing it. And I felt that way for a while. And you can just, if you listen to the broadcast, you tune in, you hear it. The guy's elite. He just sees the game so well. He's entrenched in the collegiate football landscape. And so to have that next to me and have a wealth of knowledge, basically an encyclopedia of the game, it makes my job a lot easier. It makes me just focus on making sure I set him up properly. And then we've got an outstanding sideline producer, or sideline reporter, and Catherine Tappan, her producer's excellent as well. And our production team, Matt Marvin and Charlie Danmeyer, producer-director combo, they've worked together for a long time. So you feel a lot of that synergy. It was really easy for me to hop in and just kind of hit the ground running. And I think that this first year has been awesome for us. We've, gotten to know each other, and we've really bonded just as people and friends. And that helps from a broadcasting standpoint. And I think that as the conference expands and the games seem to get bigger over the next year plus and beyond, it's going to be awesome. We've had some fantastic games this year, and hopefully these last two are a part of those. And this one this week has a chance to be really fun and competitive, which I think we're excited about. But we've really enjoyed working together, and I think it'll only continue to improve the more we continue to do it moving forward.
Yeah, I was going to say next year, too, with the addition of those West Coast schools, a lot of fun road trips and a lot of great atmospheres out there.
A lot of miles on my traveling account. I think so. My status is going to go through the roof. Whatever maximum status I can receive, I'm ready to receive it. Now, the problem is I don't think any of the airlines actually really give you anything to make you feel all that special. I think you reach my father obviously has traveled forever. He just reached his 2 millionth mile on one of the airlines. I'm like, what'd they do? Like, yeah, they pretty much patted me on the back. I'm like, okay, nice. That's good.
Here's a beer. Enjoy the beer while you're sitting in your seat.
Yeah,
exactly.
Noah, we did a flash forward when the new schedules came out. And if you just look at November 2nd of next year, here are the possible games you will be doing: Iowa, Wisconsin, or Oregon, Michigan, or UCLA, Nebraska, or Penn State, Ohio State, or Washington, USC. There's not a dud in the bunch.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Yeah.
All of those sound great to me. And certainly with our time slot, as you mentioned, the fact that we're prime time, it does lend us to those West Coast games a decent amount. And that would be just an expectation. Now, I don't think we're going to be pigeonholed to them either. I think that everybody, if they want a night game, deserves it. And, what Matt Rule said this morning when we chatted with him, he was like, look, I really expect our team to continue to improve and get pretty good. And so I'm hoping that you guys get to do a night game at Memorial, because we've had one, is what he said, is we've had one. And he literally said it was unlike any environment I've ever been a part of. I think about all the environments he's been a part of. He said, now I've never gone a Penn State whiteout game. You know, he obviously played there, but it didn't exist at the time. So he's never been to that. But he did say that this was the best and most just taken aback he had been at a night environment. And I agree with him. Even the game I did last year in Lincoln was special. You could feel the energy. You can feel the support. You can feel just the fanfare that college sports and college football is supposed to be about. And so I'd imagine that a night environment there would take it to another level. So we'll see. We'll see what the schedule looks like and how it all shakes out when that time comes. But I'm definitely excited to add those teams. I think it'll be fun.
Well, no, the experience you were feeling was the heat coming off the torches as they were being lit at the end of that Georgia Southern game. But that's another story. Noah Eagle, NBC Sports, working with Todd Blackledge. Noah, make sure you tell Todd the first pass was out of bounds. The second pass was trapped. He'll know what he'll know coming from Nebraska where that's coming from. We don't forget 41 years later. Noah, take care. Have a great call. We'll be watching.
Thank you, Noah.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Noah Eagle of NBC Sports. 41 years ago. I'm still bitter.
That'd be awesome. Now, obviously, it'd be weird to maybe shoehorn in the highlight of that. You know, maybe are they playing Penn State next year, John? Do you remember? Do they have when do they have them on the schedule?
No.
Is that 2025? I hope, just for the sake of the reference that you just made, I hope that the next time that Nebraska plays Penn State, that gets to be an NBC game, and Noah could bring that. They could show that. Oh yeah, here we go. 2025. They're at Penn State. How fun would that be for Big Ten Saturday night?
I'm pretty sure. And I'm trying to remember. We may have had Blackledge on once upon a time way back. Listen. I think he's gotten used to it. Anytime Nebraska gets mentioned around him, someone's going to remind him of that, because it was important for both teams. It was the first Penn State national championship, and it cost Nebraska. So
sad.
Anyway. All right. Coming up, we did not get a chance to get to this yesterday, but is Michigan taking a giant risk in backing Jim Harbaugh? And Big Brother has weighed in on John Harbaugh. Is Big Brother, right? Or is he little brother? I think he's Big Brother, right?
I don't remember. I'll look it up real fast. Okay.
Well, Bro has weighed in
on
the controversy. So that and more as we continue on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Should remind you, too, we've got tickets. We've got 3 pair of tickets to give away to Saturday night's game, Creighton and Texas Southern. And Nick, there was a moment last night where I got to quote your favorite television show,
Avatar:
Seinfeld.
The Last Air. Oh,
no, television show, Seinfeld. So be caller 6 when you hear this. Bowen all the way down the floor, and Alexander says no suit for you. He swats it out of bounds.
That's a great reference, Nick.
I don't think any of those people playing the game would get that reference.
Oh, gosh, Gen Z.
Yeah.
SMH. Get it together.
All right. We'll play that here in the next hour. Caller 6 will hook you up with a pair of tickets for Creighton basketball on Saturday night, courtesy of your friends at 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no major wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports that some sewer repair work is still causing delays on Dodge for westbound commuters between 76th and 78th. Road work also going to be causing delays for both directions on Dodge between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. If you're on L Street, traffic down to just one lane for both directions between 30th and 33rd. Also delays on eastbound L Street between 26th and 24th. And then if you're south on 72nd, delays from Dodge to Farnham with traffic down to just one lane. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
There's nothing like football season here in Nebraska. Hi, this is Sunny.
And I'm Darwin with DJ's Dugout.
During football season, a portion of our sales at DJ's will be donated to the new Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Project being built in Papillion.
As a Vietnam veteran, I'm proud for DJ's to support the new Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial.
To learn more about this meaningful project, visit nvvmf.org. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. Presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by Chase Senate Contracting, Tinman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone. Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Back here on the Grum, dumb debate still to come. You can get in your dumb debates now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. We've got some good ones this week.
I like the one that
Mitch
you asked of
Holthus.
Schaefer. That was fun.
Yeah, it is. I think the easy one is Talia.
There, by the way,
There's got to be a quarterback, right?
Well, there was an answer, and I'll read this from Chris because it actually sets up some news of the day. Chris says, I would argue Cooper DeJean as well. Special teams is so important. It has clearly made a difference in Iowa City. With as bad as the O is, he would be able to shorten the field. So Cooper, if you missed it, he suffered a lower leg injury. He's out for the rest of the year, most likely, is the reports that have come out of Iowa City. I'll disagree with Chris just because – I don't think that would be enough to make up for the issues, that they have had on offense. I mean, it'd be nice, certainly, to have better field position. But I think the issues go beyond that. I think the easy answer is a quarterback, and it's either Tagovailoa or it's Shedeur Sanders. I think that's the answer. It's one of those two guys, given the problems and just given how, again, you take away just a few turnovers across Minnesota, Michigan State, and certainly Maryland, you're talking about 2, if not 3 more wins. And I usually, John, hate the idea of well, if they win this and they win this, and they could have been an undefeated team. I usually don't like entertaining that because one win doesn't begat being, perfect in all these other games as well. But at this point in time, knowing what we know about the defense, I think it's safe to say, and that they just keep losing all these one-score games because of turnovers. You know, they have 8 total turnovers the last 2 weeks. They're -5 in turnover margin in the last 2 weeks, and they've lost those games by 6 points. Throw in the 3-point loss to Minnesota when they were what? Were they -4 or -3 in that game? I mean, that's 12 turnovers in 3 games, and you lose those by 9 points total. More turnovers than points, margin of victory. So that's why I'd go with the quarterback. But yeah, big news obviously out of Iowa City too, with DeJean missing the last couple games.
Yeah, it sounds like best case is he might be available for a bowl game, but he will definitely miss this week, and he'll miss next week against Nebraska, and that is a huge loss.
Yes, it is
for Iowa. Speaking of a huge loss, is Michigan risking taking a huge loss with their very staunch defense of Jim Harbaugh? Here was Jim Harbaugh earlier this week. This was the comment that got a lot of people fired up. And, of course, Josh will probably wet himself when he hears this. Because
I already did.
Because Jim Harbaugh is trying to usurp the title of America's team.
The perseverance, and then the stalwartness of these guys. I mean, watching, I would have to say, everybody. It's got to be America's team. It's got to be America's team. America loves a team that beats the odds, beats the adversity, overcomes what the naysayers and critics, so-called experts think. That's my favorite kind of team. And watching it from that view on the television, it was finally people get to see what I see every day, in these players and these coaches.
Hard to argue with him, John.
That bugs me so much.
What? I mean,
honesty bugs you, Nick?
No,
America bugs you, Nick?
No, just
here's the problem.
We're winning, but we're still the underdogs. You're still winning everything. Just stop.
Well, no, I mean, they're trying. The funny thing is, we're America's team, but then the sweatshirts say Michigan versus everybody. Well, guess who's everybody? America. Because here's the problem. Even America has allies. We didn't win World War II all by ourselves.
People forget about the Axis.
John says, thank you, France.
Who are Michigan's allies right now?
Me.
Okay, besides the sycophants who root for them, who are Michigan's allies right now? Who is rising to the defense of Michigan?
Nobody.
Now?
They have nobody.
Even the national media, who has been doing a little bit of water carrying, has said, all of them have said, well, but they have cheated. I mean, there's plenty of evidence there. As I'm spitting on my computer now, I'm getting so excited.
Wow. Harbaugh fires you up.
But seriously, who's on Michigan's side right now?
Nobody.
Because it's almost irrefutable. The evidence is there. They did these things. They went above and beyond. You can argue if you want, and people have, and that's fine, the degree of how heinous this violation is. But the bottom line is, this has never been documented to have been done before in college football.
Correct.
It has never been documented to have been done. So the whole idea of, well, everybody does it. No, not everybody does it. Not everybody has gone to these links. Not everybody has had such an organized system of trying to steal signs and going out of their way to scout games in person, which has been against the rules for over 30 years. Nobody has done this. And so it begs the question, because the popular theory was, before this really took off within the last couple weeks, is, well, Harbaugh's probably a goner anyway, because he's been flirting with the NFL since, what, year 2, year 3?
Yeah, and it's really ramped up since their 2021 season when they surprised us all and made the playoff. Like, that was the time where it was like, oh, he really wants to get back. He went as far as to interview with the Vikings on signing day. Remember that? He interviewed with the Vikings on signing day, and he ended up not getting the job. He obviously kicked the tires on, Denver last year as well, before they got Sean Payton.
This is a guy who has flirted with going somewhere else. Now, maybe what Michigan's banking on is, well, he's so damaged goods now that we're the only people that are going to keep him, and we're fine with that. But that's a big chance to take, because when you consider how far out the president at Michigan, Santa Ono, the athletic director at Michigan, Ward Manuel, who, by the way, he and Harbaugh haven't always been on the same page.
Correct. Remember, he got a reduction of his salary a couple of years ago.
Exactly. Ward Manuel, some people have thought prior to all of this blowing up, was the reason why Harbaugh would be more out the door, and it was the president, Ono, who was like the peacekeeper and, working Harbaugh from the positive side. But yet you read the statement last week after the suspension by Ward Manuel, and he talked to how the disciplinary process is an assault on the rights of everyone, and said that all the Big Ten coaches and ADs can rejoice today that someone was held accountable. And then he started by saying, you may have removed him from the sidelines today, but Jim Harbaugh is our head football coach. I mean, and I understand when you're under attack, you're going to defend yourself. But to go this far to defend this guy, Michigan might be trying to win in the short term, but could it end up costing them in the long term if Harbaugh does what we've all suspected he will do, and that is get the next train out of town to NFLville?
So what do you think? What does that look like in your opinion in terms of costing them? Because you're not the first person, and you won't be the last, to wonder like what's in it for Michigan and going this hard in the paint. Mandel wrote in his mailbag today, Stuart Mandel from The Athletic. He said, what's Michigan's president Santa Ono's angle? He's smart enough to know Michigan cheated. So is all this maneuvering just to delay the inevitable and toss a bone to the fan base? He's not giving a good impression of the mythical Michigan man who leads first with integrity, but seems more like the seedy politician pandering to his base. How does this end for him? I'm genuinely perplexed why a university president would chain himself rather to a coach he already suspended this season. Now, I will say this, John, going back to the middle part of that paragraph from Mandel, he writes, he seems more like a seedy politician pandering to his base. Like, I almost feel like this just fits kind of what we are as a society now, and that's, I'm just going to keep doubling down, and I'm not going to back down from the naysayers because it's happening in politics. So why wouldn't it happen in sports? And so you ask that question of like, will it cost them in the long run? And I'm kind of like, I mean, maybe, but what does it cost them? Like your view of Michigan, like, I think that they're obviously okay with someone like you or me or anyone really viewing them in a negative light, as long as they keep getting good players and as long as they keep getting good coaches,
Well, but that's the next thing. If Michigan's reputation is sullied enough and Harbaugh leaves, will they be able to get the kind of coach they're looking for, or are they going to have to settle on someone who kind of works in the same atmosphere as they do? I mean, has the Michigan job lost a little bit of the luster because of what has happened, or could it lose a little bit of luster because of what has happened? That's the key. And plus it makes you look like suckers, right? Let's say, for argument's sake, that the punishment, is upheld. By the way, the hearing is coming up on Friday. Punishment's upheld. And at the end of the day, this is what's going to happen. Harbaugh's going to sit out. He's going to be done. Not to mention he's already sat out a few other games. And
they missed 3 earlier.
And then come January, as Michigan's getting ready for what we assume will be the college football playoff, here come the NFL rumors. And all of a sudden, the press conferences leading up to the bowl games are A, about the continuing scandal, and B, hey, by the way, the Raiders. Hey, by the way, the Bears. Hey, by the way, the Patriots, the Chargers, name your team, are out there. And then lo and behold, we get the reports of, remember when Les Miles on the day of the SEC championship game had to deny the Michigan rumors? It'll be different. It'll be different, but in reverse. It'll be the Michigan coach having to deny rumors he's going to the NFL, and then wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, Bobby Petrino out of town. And Harbaugh is gone, and a lot of folks will go, man, Michigan, you were backing this dude to the hilt and saying he's our coach and all this other stuff, and he left you high and dry. It will make you look like suckers If that it is the indeed what happened.
Yeah, to go this hard in the paint and then he still bails on you when you were the ones that were defending him for weeks inside of the season.
Doesn't it almost back Michigan into a corner to basically pay Harbaugh whatever the hell he
Oh,
wants?
certainly, yeah. If they keep defending him like this, it does. It gives him all of the leverage in the world. On the other hand, like they really can't remain silent because that could also come back to bite them because then other coaches would view them. Let's say that they were silent and they put out a usual statement, but it was pretty obvious. Like, we're not going to go to bat for this guy. Well, then he leaves and other coaches are looking at that and saying, wow, that's not a university that really comes to my defense. So it is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. It is, again, the hypocrisy of Michigan as a university and how they hold themselves to be. And that coming home to roost in this situation, that's the funniest part for this program. And that, Ona will release statements or that, an assistant coach will talk in front of the sideline reporter. And you will if you were to show that to someone who didn't know the story and you were to say, hey, what do you think happened? Their answer would be, oh, somebody must have died. Somebody must have died, and it's like, no, the guy got suspended. That was, but you know what, John? They did the same thing earlier this season too. The players are holding up the number 4 when he was suspended by the university.
Yes.
He was suspended by Michigan, not by college, not by the NCAA, not by the playoff committee, not by anybody, but Michigan.
Meanwhile, yesterday, as the Ravens are getting ready for a big Thursday night game,
John is older, by the way.
Older brother John Harbaugh was asked about Jim Harbaugh. Listen to the apple does not fall far from the tree.
I have a lot of opinions on it. Obviously, I'm his brother, and I'm proud as heck of him. I'm really impressed with the way he's handled himself through all this. And it's been a long run, and about everything can be done to, his phones, his computers, and all that stuff have been looked at, and he's come through this thing with flying colors. And they really have, I don't know what they're trying to get, but they don't have anything of substance. And I just think I'm proud of him. I think it's a real compliment to our family and to him, something for us to be proud of because as kids can see this, you get kind of in this kind of a situation where you come under fire for whatever reasons, and you come out in a really good place doing the right thing all the time. And I'm really proud of that, and I think it's great for our family and kids, and it's just a great blessing in that sense. He's a great man. He's a great coach. His players love him. His coaches love him. And he stands tall through all this.
It's great for his kids, John.
Great for his kids.
I never realized how similar their speaking patterns were.
Mhm.
And also their facial expressions.
They're brothers.
Yeah, but not every brother always shares the same, exact stuff, right?
The exact stuff.
Now,
Like facial and speech patterns.
what John Harbaugh said there is not totally untrue. But here's the issue. You don't have to prove a link exists directly to Jim Harbaugh that he ordered this.
Correct.
The bottom line is it happened, and it happened underneath their noses. And certainly it was known by somebody. The guy worked for them. The information that the guy got was actively used in the games. I don't know about you, Josh, but if someone came up to me and, let's say we're playing cards against each other and someone whispered in my ear, he's holding pocket aces. And I play my cards based on what you have.
Oh, that's cheating. You're
That's
Harbaugh.
cheating.
You're Jim
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
Exactly.
Oh, does this make me Ryan
No,
Day, a
John.
loser?
Who likes problematic?
No,
moves.
you're holding pocket aces. You're Ryan Day. You're a winner.
Means
bottom-
John's
you
the
don't-
underdog.
Listen, he doesn't have to be directly connected because it's his university and it's his program. It's the old what's the phrase the NCAA uses? Lack of institutional control. That's really what it is. So John Harbaugh might be right. They might, and I would guess that Jim Harbaugh's smart enough to know, hey, these things don't belong here. But the other question is, it's got to be somewhere else. It can't just be on Stallions' machine. I'm sure it's on someone else's. And the real connection that's going to be interesting is when they're able to trace where the money came from.
Yeah.
Because you know that Stallions was not paying out of his
Yeah, he's
own
not
pocket.
doing this, out of the goodness of his own heart. He's getting paid. He's getting it financed. By the way, I do agree with this text from the 402 where it says Michigan will have absolutely no problem getting a good coach if Harbaugh leaves. If Penn State was able to get a quality coach after Sandusky, then any Power 5 coach with a good history can do it after going through controversy. I think they'll be fine. It's just going to be the PR game. It's going to be how people view them, but they'll be fine in terms of whatever's next.
The question will be is how long will it go? I mean, there's still people to this day, 10 plus years later, that when they hear Penn State say, Sandusky.
And they probably
I get it. They're different
crimes
or different violations, if you will. But this one, because it literally involves the integrity of competition on the field, hits a little bit differently. And sometimes it's hard to shed the label of cheater. Now, the Astros seem to have done it. Right? At least I think they have. When I think of the Astros, I'm not really thinking of the bang the trash can slowly anymore. But I wonder how much longer this one will last for Michigan when finally the dust all settles.
Yeah, good question.
Mitch Holthus is coming up next. And his coach had an interesting feature story done about him today, about his past that I want to ask Mitch about.
Okay.
We'll talk KC Chiefs next. Here on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. I'm telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone.
Bowen all the way down the floor, and Alexander says no suit for you. He swats it out of bounds.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies with temperatures cooling into the lower 50s after sunset. For tonight, partly cloudy with a morning low of 48 degrees. Winds will pick up out of the south for your Thursday, so a high fire danger. Otherwise, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy conditions. Afternoon highs approaching the upper 60s to lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no major wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports that some sewer repair work is still causing delays on Dodge for westbound commuters between 76th and 78th. Road work also going to be causing delays for both directions on Dodge between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. If you're on L Street, traffic down to just one lane for both directions between 30th and 33rd. Also delays on eastbound L Street between 26th and 24th. And then if you're south on 72nd, delays from Dodge to Farnham with traffic down to just one lane.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery hopes you have yourself a classic little Christmas by entering non-winning holiday classic scratch tickets for a chance to win $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, or $20,000. Top prize odds vary by game. Promotion ends January 3rd, 2024.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. They've got a large indoor showroom at 119th and I. You can shop inside during all kinds of weather conditions to find that newer pre-owned vehicle for you. Stylish SUV that fits the whole family comfortably. Capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC, they simply have something for everyone, and you can experience like I have the 23 Buick Enclave. You're going to want to check it out, especially if you need a vehicle that's got the 3-row crossover SUV style that meets your needs. 23 GMC Yukon, the 24 GMC Sierra 2500, available and arriving weekly. Shop Woodhouse GMC first. Huge indoor showroom to shop comfortably in all kinds of weather, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies Sense salespeople, Standard Sense qualified technicians. It's just part of
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Canoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glasshouse Market, located within Canoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Home is where your health is, where your family gathers together, takes care of each other. And right there with you is Nebraska Medicine. We're proud to take care of Nebraska, to deliver everything your family needs. From immediate care to neurosurgery, it's expertise you can be confident in. With locations throughout the region and telehealth appointments from the comfort of home. Find a provider close to you at nebraskamed.com.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Part of it is that he is just so wrong.
The 1620, The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling at the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
And the Chiefs Kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
The legend of the Hy-Vee Salad Bar.
You want to chalk guess right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
The voice of the Kansas City Chiefs, who joins us each and every Wednesday at 4:15, joins us right now on the 42 Degrees, The Source Hotline. Mitch, I hope your idle weekend was enjoyable and you got a chance to get all of the honeydew lists done and visit Hy-Vee at least 3 times for your salad bar buffet.
It was incredible. I just spent the entire time at Hy-Vee just bouncing around from Hy-Vee to Hy-Vee. I think 20 of them all told. Honestly, ran home to Smith Center, Kansas to help my 91-year-old dad. Yeah, the home of the football power. But they got knocked out. They didn't make it to the Elite Eight, so I didn't have a football game to go to. But it was great, kind of chilling out. At least just the weekend. I told you last week was busy. We had the big Patrick Mahomes Gala that was huge. And actually, Hy-Vee had a big event on the night before where they had their service awards for this area, like 20 locations. So it was a busy week, but a good weekend. And then to sit back and watch the perfect NFL weekend happen for the Chiefs Kingdom, where it's like watching election returns and you're going, well, we carried that state and that state and that state. I guess we've got all the electoral votes. I mean, it was awesome. You couldn't computer generate a better weekend for the Chiefs Kingdom.
Reagan Mondale, too. Oh, my gosh, look at all these red states.
Yeah, poor Walter Mondale. He carried what, New Hampshire?
No, he carried
Minnesota.
He carried Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota, yeah. And he got PJ Fleck to endorse him, so that was great.
Mitch, so my wife, I think I've mentioned this to you before. She's an Eagles fan. She'll be at the game. I told her as we're watching the game on Monday, as the Broncos finish off their upset win over the Bills, I say, I hope that 1 week from now, you're leaving the stadium pretty miserable. She didn't take too kind of that. So I hope that I am also watching for good returns on Monday night when the Chiefs take on Philadelphia.
How's your mayor of council going? That okay?
I'm reminded every time football season starts back up again and then they play how awful everything is. So it's just not the mayor, it's just our team's playing. I hate it so much.
She's Eagles, you're Cowboys, right?
Yes. Yeah. So last year was a little too successful for her, but boy, did I enjoy Super Bowl Sunday. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you to the Chiefs.
Some things that you should go over in premarital counseling.
Yeah.
Like, You guys like the Giants? No. The Commanders? No. How about the Eagles? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
What? And you look at her and like, but anyway, love is a many splendored thing. You guys can power through that. But honestly, this is the best matchup. This is empirical now. This is numerical. I believe there's been 6 times. This will be the 7th time there's been a Super Bowl rematch. But this is the best record in NFL history for 2 Super Bowl teams to rematch in the next season. To have the Eagles at 8-1 and the Chiefs at 7-2. Yeah, it's the best matchup of a Super Bowl rematch in NFL history, at least as far as best records when they meet in that rematch.
As the finely tuned broadcaster you are, who does great prep work, and it shows in every broadcast, what is the most what is the most different thing about Philadelphia preparing for this year's game versus the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's an awesome question. I think that A.J. Brown is like more a part of this.
Yes.
He had an NFL record of 6 straight weeks of 125 yards receiving or more. You know, the Eagles are very much, and I don't mean this, they're like the 49ers. They've got to stay on schedule. Like, here's the script. Here's the Union Pacific Railroad schedule from 1898, and let's stay on that. If you get them off that a bit, which is what the Jets did, the Commanders did, and the Eagles struggle a bit, although Hurts is better at kind of ad-libbing, but they love to just run their. That's why they can do tush-push, because they're going to get 4, and then they're going to get 6, and, we're going to go over the top and hit A.J. for 50. That and the fact that I think DeAndre Swift has given them an element they didn't have in Super Bowl 57, kind of a blend of speed and power. So I admire them for making that trade. Defensively, their group up front is even better. I mean, you get those, flesh-eating dudes up front, and those 2 Georgia guys are a load, but I'm not sure they're as good in the secondary. And I don't need that to be bulletin board material, but if you look at the stats, there's just too many big plays are given up. And some would say, well, the teams are trailing. They're going to sling the ball. No. And also they're 26th in red zone defense. So I think it's like the Chiefs. You can look at the Chiefs and go, they're not quite as good in this area, but they're way better in that area. And it's the same with the Eagles.
Mitch, go back to the offense for a moment. What I found so interesting watching them this year is that the numbers say in a lot of areas on offense that this is pretty much equal to what they were doing a year ago, right? Like the points per game is very similar. Jalen Hurts, outside of the turnovers, very similar, but the explosive plays are down. And it does seem like they are more reliant on those on the 3rd and short, and certainly the 4th and short than they were a season ago. Like when you watch the offense, are they just different, but still the same amount of success? Or do you think they're a little better or a little worse on that side of the ball?
Does it sound familiar though? Josh, kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? Because isn't it the same discussion we've had almost weekly about the Chiefs?
About Kansas City's offense,
And I think it's a lot of it has to do with the way the NFL is playing defense now. And people are just taking away the big giant play. Now Philadelphia can get them, mentioning with A.J. Brown. And the fact that they'll take those shots, but it's just not as easy for them to get those shots. Now, a key here and is small town South Dakota kid Dallas Goedert, because he becomes, a little bit of a pseudo Kelsey or a Noah Gray in being an answer for those, the newfound NFL defenses. But Goddard's out, right? He's on IR with that fractured forearm. So now what happens? Mr. Swift from Nebraska maybe has to step up. But the tight end has to be part of this equation too. And then Philadelphia is very good at throwing to the backs. They won't just run it to Gainwell. They'll try to get him the ball. Same with Swift, and throw him. And so there's, but it's NFL's doing that, man. Nobody's getting giant big plays anymore. And so the NFL is doing 2 things. One, they're saying you're not going to get the 50-yard play. And 2, we're going to play these matchup zone defenses, which can be vulnerable to the quarterback run game, which is where Hurts is awesome. But we're just seeing something happen in the NFL that the offenses will have to adjust to.
I believe I'm correct. I know we've talked about this in the past, coming off idle weeks, but Mr. Andrew Reid, with an extra week to prepare, is 28-4. Woo! If we count the Super Bowl last year. I think that's correct. Yeah. But Mitch, is this one a little more unique / challenging because it followed a long overseas trip?
I think so. I would agree with that. This isn't a normal bye week because of what we discussed, I think, a week ago, in that it is a long overseas bye trip where there's distractions in front of that game, and then the recovery after that game is not a normal bye week. Now, in the last 24, as a head coach in the regular season, he's 21-3 after a bye week. But he's the best I've ever seen at self-scouting and looking at his own, hey, what do we got to do better? What can we do here? How can I clean this up? And he's just incredible at it. The other thing that's really interesting about this game, we got a lot on the plate in this game, right? We got Taylor Swift, they got DeAndre Swift, right? We got a Kelsey, they got a Kelsey. So everybody's got a Kelsey and a Swift here. The other thing is that if Andy Reid wins this game, he'll be the winningest coach in Chiefs history. He will surpass Hank Stram. Yeah.
Wow.
He'll get to 125 and surpass the mentor. And if he does that, he'll be the first coach, Andy Reid, in NFL history to be the winningest coach in terms of wins at two different franchises. He had 130 with the Birds. Never happened. And he'd do it against the Birds. Well, let's go back to October the 3rd, 2021. The Chiefs go to the Link, Josh's wife's favorite location. We go there. If Andy Reid wins the game, it'll be 100 wins for Andy Reid as the Chiefs head coach, the first head coach in NFL history with 100 wins with two separate franchises. Yep, Chiefs won that game 42-30 against Philadelphia in Philadelphia. What are the chances? We don't plan that often that he's going to get the two milestone victories and set National Football League history on two separate occasions against the team he coached before that happens to be an NFC team. This isn't a division team. So Ted Lasso's writers are like throwing their pencil down going, we didn't think of this, and slamming their little tablets or laptops and walking out and going to go work for Higgins roofing houses. Like they didn't think of this. So you can't make this stuff up with the way the Chiefs and Eagles and what's on the table Monday night.
Well, it sounds like the NCAA is involved, because they never do storylines when they do the brackets.
You got that. That's like, well, let's put these two together, right? In round one, I can just see Greg Gumbel or somebody going, look at this game. So, it's a fun one. And again, there's a lot spinning and turning in this game.
Yeah,
but
and Mitch,
for Andy Reid, to hit those benchmarks against these guys, it's crazy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the thing that I was thinking about this morning too is, and I'm not trying to call you and John old, but you are a little older than me.
Would you stop?
But like when you guys, when you guys were growing up, and I caught the tail end of it, the biggest game of the week was on Monday Night Football. And so I think that this is really cool because there was something special about, especially when I was a kid, Monday night was the night I got to stay up later than the other nights because I got to watch Monday Night Football, and we would do special things for Monday Night Football. And so to get like preseason to get a big game, it's like, cool. Hopefully it's good in November. And to say what you did a few minutes ago about the rematch and the records and the winning percentage, it's like, this is what we were hoping for when the NFL schedule came out in May, and that it's going to deliver and that we're going to have a huge Monday night game. It's just spectacular. I love it just as a fan of football.
Well, it's an awesome point because let's go back to, our old man childhood. This feels like one of those Cowboys Steelers games like you would have on Monday night. You could argue because of what I just gave you. And again, it's empirical. This isn't me giving you an opinion. This is the numbers that are there. These are the two winningest teams to meet this late in the season in a Super Bowl rematch. And it's on Monday Night Football, which is normally picking up, the scraps off the table. Same with Thursday Night Football. But now all of a sudden you've got arguably one of the biggest Monday Night Football games ever on 2023 Monday Night Football, which is rare indeed. Now for me in Monday Night Football, I only get to watch one half, and then I'd have to bedtime, you got to go to bed.
Yes.
We'd have to turn in rural Smith County, Kansas, where we'd get one station, which was KOL and KGIN, right? With the translator tower at Grand Island, we could get Mel Maines and Bob Taylor. We had to turn the antenna just right so we could get Albion or Superior so we could get Monday Night Football. But when you got it, it was kind of fuzzy and snowy, but on a good night, we're like, this is heaven. I got one half of this game on Monday night. Heck with homework.
And every 10-11 newscast started with the weather.
Always the weather. Bob Taylor and the weather. With chalk up on this board like it was your one-room schoolhouse in Albion, Nebraska. And if you're like, there's a high pressure system right here in Scotts Bluff, that'll hit Lincoln 3 days from now. We were all about it. It's all we could get. But we did have the little cool antenna thingy. We could switch it around. If we wanted to watch like the K-State KU basketball game, we had to go all the way to the south, try to get Great Bend or Hayes, Kansas. But then it's Monday Night Football. Let's find Albion. Like, oh, there it is, with Howard Cosell. But it was worth it when we found it. Let's put it that way.
Mitch, an article for the Chiefs Kingdom to consider today. There was a feature story in SI.com from Greg Bishop, no relation, about Andy Reid and his time at BYU, where he doubled both as a football player and a sports writer. That I recommend to everybody.
To me about that a dozen times.
Yes. Let me read you.
I was a sports writer at one time. I mean, he always reminds me I was a sports writer at one time. Yeah. I'm going to read a quick excerpt from the story because it's kind of funny. Bishop writes, Big Red with his coach-issued khakis and suspiciously similar outfits never seemed to value style. His writing, even from a limited long-ago sample size, proves otherwise. It's heavy on metaphors, description, and imagery. For example, here's one lead on an assistant coach. As the sun rose over the cool Pacific Ocean and the beautiful California coast, a special sea-growing creature was missing from the turquoise waters of San Diego Bay. Mitch, he needs to be writing your opens for the games. That's what he needs to be doing. I'm going to, first thing in the morning when I see him, I'll go, you've got to write the open for this game. Yes.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. And don't you think there's some great book coming out from some pseudo, because Capote never wrote any of his books. It was that gal. So he's going to ghostwrite it. Maybe he'll ghostwrite my book. Me and Unsportsmanlike Conduct dudes. And it'll be, and we'll think of some like off name like John Higgins, like author John Higgins, but it'll really be Andy Reid. And you give John and me trouble about being old dudes. I'm telling you, you can turn a negative into a positive, Josh, only if you're creative. Because this whole Cowboys-Eagles thing, you can turn into something very romantic. Just use your imagination. Okay?
Okay.
Just use your imagination.
Touchdown, Cowboys. Now what? So, touchdown, Eagles. Oh, shoot. Field goal. Uh-oh, Dak Prescott turned it over in the red zone.
Oh, come on. You jerk. Schoonmaker was an in short again.
There you go.
He's not even short.
And Mama won with the singing Fly Eagles Fly, but it ends up a good thing if you do.
We're all winning. We're all winners.
Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and handicap it. I'll say it. Creighton starts 30-0.
What? Jeez. Mac's going to love hearing this.
Yeah. And if not, something's wrong. Come on.
Fire him if they don't start 30-0, says Mitch Holthus.
That's right. Let's go. Expectations. That's what he's wanting.
There you go.
Cascade, Iowa. Yeah. I don't want these 21-10. Let's go.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs and setter of unfair expectations. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, enjoy the game. It should be a fun one on Monday Night Football.
Thank you. And trying to save Josh's marriage. Josh, use your imagination.
All right. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mitch Holthus. There you go, Josh. Advice from Mitch Holthus.
All right. Well,
use your imagination.
We didn't watch the game last couple weeks ago together. We didn't watch the Christmas Eve game together. We were in the same house on different floors. We did watch the Sunday night game last year together, though, and that didn't go very well for me. So,
were you in the dog house?
No, that was the game that Cooper Rush was starting, and he threw a couple early interceptions, and it just didn't work out very well. But I've watched many Cowboy victory over the Eagles with her, so I hope that gets to happen again very, very soon. I don't know if we're watching the Sunday night game together. I have no idea.
There was a famous reference. I believe it's the baseball player, the old baseball player, Dizzy Dean turned broadcaster, where they spotted a couple in the stands, and they were making out in the stands.
Nice.
And the reference was, yeah, they're having lots of fun out there. He's kissing her on the strikes, and she's kissing him on the balls. Think about it.
Wow.
Amazing.
I thought about it. All right.
Fired Up for Football is next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here from my friends at Kugler Vision. After a conversation with our friend Mitch Holthus, one of the things that I always hope for with Mitch is that when he is sitting high in the sky at one of those road stadiums, because you know what they do with the radio crew for the road team, they're basically putting you at the top of the stadium. I'm hoping that he can see all of the action on the field, because it is so vital for someone like Mitch, John last night at the basketball game, to be able to identify who has the ball and what is happening either on the field, on the court, or any other sport that they are watching. And Kugler Vision, they specialize in tough vision problems. So if you are someone who is sitting high in the sky, whether it's at that pro game on Monday night or your favorite college team on a Saturday, Kugler Vision can help you out. They offer 7 forms of modern vision correction. And as we near the end of 2023, you might still have some money sitting in that flex plan or in your HSA. Time for an early holiday gift for yourself, and that is clear vision that you deserve from Kugler Vision. Go take their vision quiz at KuglerVision.com. Book an appointment at that same website or at their number 402-558-2211 and find out which procedure can help you see the football action or the basketball better than you ever have before. 402-558-2211 or KuglerVision.com.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Husker fans, are you ready to score big savings on your tickets this season? When you need to find seats at Memorial Stadium, be sure to shop the best selection without the added fees at ticketsforless.com. That's right. Tickets for Less offers transparent pricing, meaning you never pay crazy high fees at checkout. Plus, save even more when you use promo code THEZONE at checkout today at ticketsforless.com. Every seat holds a story. Find yours at ticketsforless.com. Don't forget, Tickets for Less for the best concerts and events, and save now with the code THEZONE.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Happer. Get ready to start the NFL week off right with a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. That is for all customers. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on the Cincinnati-Baltimore game, and you'll get bonus bets back even if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays, I play them all the time. They're the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. So pair a couple anytime touchdown scores together, pick a winner of the game. You got yourself a parlay right there. Or you can choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Savu for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, of course, and in the old market as well. Listen, Thanksgiving is around the corner. You know this already. You're preparing. You're getting your turkey ready, all your sides. But dessert, that's the most important part. So make the call now for some to-go size orders from Ted and Wally's. Whether it's a pint, a quart, or half gallons, you'll be ready for your party, your Thanksgiving as well. Great flavors, over 3,000 of them, over 35 years in business providing you wonderful ice cream. Head over to Ted and Wally's now and tell them Severe sent you.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beers, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Football is finally here. Well, it's been here for about 6 weeks, but John hasn't written anything yet.
11
so
weeks.
Now Nick gets to write one. It's been a fun season. The Dolphins are kicking ass. The Rams are being the Rams. And the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals.
That still happens.
Don't worry, though. If none of your NFL teams are doing well, you always have Nebraska football. Sure, they might be off to a 3-3 start, but we knew it would be a rebuilding
5-5.
Matt Rule is a great coach, but he isn't a miracle worker.
Spot the lie.
I mean, they've won every game we thought they would win and lost the ones we thought they would lose. Well, except for Colorado. John and Josh thought they'd win that one for some reason. Remember how Nick was right about that one?
Good Lord.
Anyway, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is another week of college and pro football is about to begin. It's time to look ahead to the distant future of starting tomorrow and figuring out how good this week is. It's time to get fired up for football.
By the way, John, thank you to Will. I don't know why I said Schoonmaker instead of Schoonmaker. It's Luke Schoonmaker who was an inch away from the touchdown against the Eagles. So my apologies.
What a last name.
I don't care.
Okay. Oh. Wow.
By the way, I think we should keep this open because I think the editor notes are fun.
You think the editor notes are fun?
Yeah,
Okay.
like while it's going on.
Okay.
All right.
See how
Here
far
you
we've
go.
come.
Okay.
Fired up for football. Let's see. What are we at now? We're at week 12 of college football.
Yeah, 12 of college football, indeed.
Week 11 of professional
Oh,
football.
God, this sucks.
Basketball, though.
Hey, last
Are we
night's
bringing-
game was awesome.
Are we
It was
gonna-
a great, entertaining game for you youngs who like your points.
Yeah, a Nebraska team beat Iowa.
Yeah, Nebraska
That's
team
pretty
beat
funny.
Iowa.
Are we going to start doing fired up for basketball when football ends,
Ugh.
John? Duke's playing North Carolina State.
It's a rivalry. Tobacco Road.
People forget about Tobacco Road.
Thursday night.
Oh,
This is an interesting week for the NFL because I call it a bookend.
okay.
Cincinnati is at Balmer.
This is a big game, man.
Yes, it is.
It was
because
already
Cincinnati
big.
needs to bounce back.
So does
Balmer
Baltimore.
needs to bounce back. Baltimore looking to stay in the race for number one seed and win the division. But with the news of Deshaun Watson going down and out for the season in Cleveland, that has changed the scope of things. But Cincinnati definitely needs this one.
Yeah, this is a massive game. It's honestly, I think it's probably just more stressful for the fan bases, given that both their teams lost. I think Cincinnati needs it more, just given that if they lose, they're sitting at 500 right after this week. That would not be good. Not be good.
Do we think
you're
Deshaun
not into
changes
that?
things?
Good question.
PJ Walker.
We can unpack that question later.
Okay.
It's a good question.
If you're not into that, the college matchup is Boston College at Pittsburgh, where on the ESPN website, tickets are as low as $3.
Oh, my gosh. Boston College. I don't believe it. That sounds like a horrible game to go to. Horrible game. Just stay at home.
Friday night.
Look at
Friday
this.
night.
Colorado at Washington State, John.
Oh, yeah,
at
cool.
9:30 on FS1. Both of those teams were ranked at one point this year. Neither of
Yes,
these
they
teams is
were.
ranked at this point this year.
Just goes to show that the rankings don't mean a lot in September.
No, they do not.
Was it actual Louis, or was it Louis that the dude on the side of the street said that he had? He opened
that
up his
was
trench
the
coat.
like, oh man,
it's Louis
trench coat.
Yeah, like the fake watch guys.
On to Saturday, the 11 a.m. window.
Yeah.
Some people call it the big noon window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, take your pick. It's Drek, and more Drek.
I am pissed. I'm pissed.
looking for one game here that I guess Louisville at Miami is remotely interesting because Louisville is now a top 10 team and Miami is okay. But Michigan and Maryland on Fox, that'll be a stink bomb.
Yeah. No, I don't, John, actually, I'll disagree with you mainly because Ohio State and Michigan, the week before the game, they often struggle against the opposition. And so this could maybe be closer than the experts think. You don't think so? You don't think so? I'm pissed because this is finally a Saturday where I don't have to do anything. And this is the game. These are the games that I get triggered.
This is the sport that you love, but it does not love you back.
No, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. Oklahoma at BYU is on ESPN. That's a fun conference game for one more day because, Oklahoma's leaving soon.
Looking ahead to the 2:30 window, Georgia at Tennessee is on CBS.
Cool. Can't wait for another Georgia beatdown of a team. Cool. That'll be fun.
Iowa tries to clinch the West as they host Illinois on FS1. All of a sudden, Illinois has started to play like the Illinois we thought they would be at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. What about North Carolina at Clemson, John? Your boy Dabo preaching on the sidelines. That sounds like a game you'll be interested in.
And we can watch the Chip Kelly funeral march.
Oh, man.
UCLA is at USC at 2:30 on ABC.
All right. That's some football.
There's not a lot to choose from. Notre Dame's playing Wake Forest on NBC. I'm sure they're excited about that.
By the way, wait till next week when we talk about where Notre Dame is playing. It is hilarious what the Pac-12 is doing in the final year of that conference.
In the primetime window,
dude, it's good.
FS1 gets the one ranked game. Number 21 Kansas State at number 25 Kansas at 6 o'clock.
Nick, what is this called?
I'm sorry, it's two ranked on ranked.
Yeah, what do they call this, Nick, in Kansas?
I
wave the wheat, Nick.
Flailing?
No, wave the wheat. John, why isn't this game in Big Noon? This is a fascinating, fun, exciting football game. Very sad.
Because Fox loves them some Michigan. That's why. And that game, and Michigan will draw more viewers than K-State and Kansas.
Sad.
ABC has got Washington at Oregon State.
Dude, the tickets for this game are pricey. Very, very pricey. What a fun matchup that is.
Yep, there you go. And of
no,
course,
Texas at Iowa State. Texas at Iowa State, John.
Texas at Iowa State.
Jeez.
And Nebraska, Wisconsin.
And Nebraska, Wisconsin. Yeah. For the late night sickos out there, New Mexico at Fresno State at 9:30 on FS1. John, stop. See, you're the reason the conference realignment is happening because I give you a non-brand and you're like, I don't care. I'd rather eat poop. Like, this is a you problem. San Diego State also at San Jose State.
Well, I don't care because I won't be watching because I will be coming back from Omaha after a basketball game.
Well, at least you get to listen to that. Or you can listen to Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
And then on Sunday, the 12 p.m.
12
slot.
a.m. Oh, my gosh.
The best game on here is Pittsburgh at Cleveland.
And we get that game in Omaha, Nebraska on CBS on Channel 3. So earlier, by the way, the doubleheader window on CBS, we get Jets and Bills later instead of your Rams hosting.
You've got to be kidding me.
What do you mean? What did you expect?
When's the last Super Bowl that either of those two teams won? It was over 50 years ago. Meanwhile, the Rams are your defending, reigning, undisputed NFC champions of the
Yeah,
Super Bowl,
but
and we don't get that
Sean.
great division matchup.
Yeah.
Instead, we get to watch Zach Wilson for the umpteenth time.
He's on TV
in
every
a
week.
prime window. Give me a break.
Every week.
Give me a break.
You have your DirecTV Sunday
Yes,
ticket,
John, you have your DirecTV Sunday ticket.
Well, my DirecTV Sunday ticket will be fired up.
I can't even see you winking. Your face is so white.
I could only see it because one eye was open and the other one disappeared.
So earlier, John, I made a reference that we'll be hearing the dulcet tones of Kevin Kugler, and that is because the Chargers-Packers game is the Fox game on Sunday at noon instead of America's team,
He
the
offered
Cowboys
to do your
and
laundry,
Panthers.
John.
He offered to do your laundry. What, Nick? When are your Dolphins playing? Oh, there they are. They're hosting the Raiders.
Well, they might. Well, wait. The Raiders now are 500, so the Dolphins may not win that game.
Oh, great! No, but when the Dolphins win the game, John, then the Raiders will be below 500.
Yeah, it's a really weird position.
This
to
is
be in.
hilarious.
But the good news is, because the Bills suck now, the Dolphins have only lost to 2 over 500 teams.
you don't know. You want them to still be over 500. So then you
Just
can
a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
The Sunday night game would have been, oh my God. But now all of a sudden the Sunday night game has at least a little intrigue.
Now
because
it's,
Minnesota
oh my God.
has bounced back and Denver has bounced back. Minnesota at Denver on Sunday Night Football. And of course, we just talked to Mitch Holthus.
Yeah.
Philly and Kansas City on Monday Night Football. So for our grades this week.
Yeah, I was too negative because I screwed up with the Broncos and Vikings. So I gave the NFL a C, and John's grade is more correct. Holy God, John, a C- for college football.
That 11 o'clock window is trash. The 2:30 window is not great. Yeah, it's a C-.
But you got all those ranked on ranked games.
You have 3 ranked on ranked games, and maybe one of them will be close.
I'm surprised that you didn't find some intrigue, though. Thank you, Nick. I'm surprised you didn't find some intrigue in the Michigan and Maryland game.
No, because Michigan's going to curb stomp.
No, they won't. They're not
Yes,
gonna,
they will.
No,
They're going
Maryland's
to
gonna
curb
cover.
stomp
What
them.
about Georgia, Tennessee, John?
Tennessee is not good.
What about Illinois, Iowa, or North Carolina and Clemson?
Honestly, Illinois, Iowa is probably the only interesting thing there.
Wow.
Because it's
John, you're going to
C-.
love that
It's
game.
a C-.
It's going to be
Yeah.
low
Sorry,
scoring.
it's a
College
C-.
football. Actually, you know what? I kind of wish I would flip these grades a little bit. A B in the NFL and a C in college football would be fine, but a B-.
How many glory holes?
2 glory holes.
Glory hole. Glory hole.
You wanted to switch it last week.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Nick, for reminding me. Thank you, Nick.
Coming up next, Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Bowen all the way down the floor, and Alexander says no suit for you. He swats it out of bounds.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash is blocking the left shoulder on westbound I-80 at 60th. Getting reports of stop-and-go traffic on southbound 680 between Dodge and I-80. Utility work on southbound 72nd has traffic down to 1 lane between Dodge and Farnham. Same goes with road work on L Street for both directions between 33rd and 24th. And then expect delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Like getting your Fernando's fix? How would you like getting your Fernando's fix and getting 15% off? That'd be pretty fantastic. Sign up for the Fernando's Rewards program through the Fernando's app in the Apple or Google store and get a 15% discount as a welcome gift.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Find your 24 and 23 with Woodhouse Chevy. Whether it's the TurboMax engine in the Chevy Silverado or the 1.5-liter turbocharged Chevy Equinox, Woodhouse can make 2024 affordable. See Woodhouse in Omaha or Missouri Valley and get great deals on Equinox leases or low 1.9% APR financing on Silverados. Your 2024 in a new Chevy starts today. Find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th in Dodge, Omaha. Woodhouse.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton women's basketball takes the court at DJ Sokol Arena versus the Green Bay Phoenix tomorrow at 6 p.m. Join us for Hoops for Troops night with the first 125 fans going home with a free military-themed shirt. Purchase your tickets to come support the top 25 Blue Jays at gocreighton.com/buy. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, you're up next. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flagellation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
That time of week where we turn things over to you and you send us your dumb debates into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, or you can email them into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com, and we debate them. And we're going to start with the one I got from Chris, and I made it A subject on said JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. If Husker football 2023 was a flavor, what flavor would it be? As you all ponder for a second, I'll read some of the responses.
Yeah.
Rob says, whatever the flavor in the bubble gum the baseball cards were in. You were so excited to open the pack, find your favorite cards, and chew the gum, but the gum lost its flavor in 30 seconds, and your pack of cards had 3 Dickie Thons. That is a great reference, Rob. Great reference. Speaking of gum, Luke says, fruit stripe. Short bursts of flavor, but overall very bland and dull.
That's solid. Those are good references. I like that.
Rick uses a GIF that says it tastes like raw cabbage.
Mm.
Joel says sour cream. It's nothing more than spoiled dairy and not great by itself. However, with the right ingredients and in the right circumstances, it ends up working well.
That's good. That's really good.
John says ice cream on poop. When the defense is playing, it's normally really good. When the offense is on the field, it's frequently.
Listener Mike said sugar-free vanilla.
Sugar-free vanilla. Interesting.
Todd says black licorice. And Brian says flour. It would taste like flour. So some really good responses.
I'm trying to think
I've got one if you don't.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of things that I like. I'm like always like bummed to have, but I kind of power through it. And the thing that I thought of is there's this restaurant in town, this burger joint, and they'll do, they'll have all the fixings on it. But their pickles, they're not like true like sweet or bread and butter, but they're not totally dill. And so it's like the only thing wrong with the burger is that I wish that they were sour or spicy and sour pickles, but they're just a little sweet. And so it's like, the burger's good, really good. It's a really good burger, but it's just kind of ruined. Not ruined, but it's just like taken down
It's a
peg.
bummer.
Yeah, kind of like the offense and how it's just like, it's still football and I get to watch it and it's really fun, but then the offense screws everything up for me. So I'll go with those kind of pickles.
I'm going to go with things that are supposed to be flavored like birthday cake.
Oh.
That is the new phenomena. Ice cream, birthday cake flavored ice cream, birthday cake flavored oatmeal, birthday cake flavored whatever.
I don't have a quarter with me, John, but I have birthday cake flavored. It's called goo that I'll eat during a long
They couldn't
run.
have named it anything other than
called goo.
But the idea is that the idea of something tasting like birthday cake is really good because birthday cake is really good, but it doesn't really work when you're trying to use it as a flavoring for things that aren't birthday cake.
That's solid.
I've got a couple.
Okay.
The first one is mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Oh, great one, Nick.
The offense is the mint ice cream.
Yeah.
Defense is the chocolate chip.
Oh, that's a bad
Great
one.
take,
Mint chocolate
Nick.
chip ice
I
cream is
wouldn't-
delicious.
Hey,
You
this is
are
subjective,
morons.
John. This is subjective,
Oh,
John.
and now he knows what
Yeah,
subjective
my
means.
subjectivity overranks your subjectivity.
And also,
morons.
it's not the kind of football that I want to watch, but if somebody would offer me a spoon or I was held at gunpoint, then I guess.
Well, that's good that you would eat it if held at gunpoint.
The other option is bubblegum flavored toothpaste. 'Cause
Oh,
the
great.
doctor's like, this is...
Yes.
The dentist's like, oh, this will taste like bubblegum. And you're
Yeah.
like 7.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, cool.
All right, first of all,
and then it sucks.
Yes.
Bubblegum flavor is bad.
Whoa, even in bubble gum?
Yes, it's
What?
awful. It tastes like medicine.
What?
Yes.
What a bad take. I love
No,
bubble
that
gum.
is not a bad take. The flavor of bubblegum
Pink bubble
is,
gum?
Really, it does almost match Pepto-Bismol, which is the same color.
That's a bad take, John.
disgusting. It is disgusting. Do a poll question. Is the bubble gum a good flavor?
All right, I'll put it up right
It
now.
is not a good... The only time bubblegum is a good flavor is if it's within bubblegum.
That's what I'm saying. John doesn't even think that's
No.
good.
Well, but
I would rather have like cherry flavored bubble gum or
Yeah.
strawberry flavored bubble gum or grape flavored bubble gum, but not bubble gum.
Well, even then,
bubblegum.
it depends on the brand, though, right? Like,
Well, it does, but
What's the-
generally speaking,
what's the bubble tape? The
I don't know.
bubble yum bubble tape, or
I think that's
whatever.
what it is, yeah.
Like that was solid bubble gum, but it never lasts anyway. Bubble gum isn't known for staying power.
All right, John. So here we go. Is bubblegum a good flavor? Option 1, yes. Option 2, only if it's the actual gum. And then option 4 or option 3, no. So there you go. I think that covers our bases.
Here's Todd in the Equitable Bank inbox. He says, and this one applies to those of us who walk pets.
Oh, me.
Is it okay to use others' outdoor trash cans? So our trash gets put out on Sunday and gets picked up on Monday. On more than one occasion, I have seen people drop their dog waste bags into my trash can, which triggers me. I'm one of those olds who tries to keep their trash can clean, especially in the summertime. I find this gross. So you're walking along and you're holding a little doggy bag.
And you toss it in someone's trash.
And I see people have their trash cans out the night before the trash goes out. Is it okay to use their trash cans to dump your doggy waste?
Now, real quick, to answer the original one, if he's watching people put the actual poop in there without a bag, like that would piss me off.
I know that would suck, but if it's in a bag, it shouldn't matter.
Now, I don't do it, John. I don't do it because it seems like society has decided that this is something you shouldn't do. Now, I also am lucky enough to live in an area where the park where I take Banks for walks has plenty of trash cans for your dog's poop. They even have bags for you if you don't have any with you. The trail that I take him to also does the same thing. So I am able to toss it. But if he does it in no man's land on the walk, I will just carry it until we get home and I will throw it in the dumpster that is outside of my apartment. But that is because society has told me that someone could come out with a gun and shoot me for doing this if I put it in their trash can. When I own a home in 40 years, people can throw their dog's poop into my trash can to their heart's content. It wouldn't bother me whatsoever.
So as somebody who does not have any dogs to walk, I don't understand why that's a societal rule, because if the garbage can is out, the garbage man is coming the next day.
Correct.
That poop is not touching, especially if it's in a bag.
Correct.
It's not touching anywhere near you.
That's how I've always felt about it. That's why I don't understand why people get so mad.
But what if it stinks up the garbage can? I know this sounds ridiculous.
Oh no! What if the garbage can smells bad?
But as Todd says he keeps his trash can clean. He doesn't like it being dirty, so he always cleans out his trash cans.
By the way, Todd did follow up on the text line. He says in a bag to clarify. Yeah, see, I don't understand how that would stink up. I don't understand how that would stink up your trash can.
Well, okay, the bag doesn't keep the poop smell from getting out.
But they're taking it away though.
Yeah, the poop smell.
Yeah, but it's sitting in there and festering. It's kind of like when you you know how you have those drinks and they do the smoked effect on the drinks. It's kind of like that. You know, you're not actually getting the smoke, but you drink it smells like the poop.
Oh, John, what if you have like fried chicken for dinner from Popeyes? Obviously, you throw away the bones. And then you take the trash out. It's not like that's going to smell great on a 90-degree summer night.
Or milk if you don't completely wash out the
Correct.
So you guys are for the idea of using other people's trash cans, even though you said yourself you don't do it.
I don't do it because I don't want to get murdered.
It's a trash can. I'm pro cleaning up the environment, John.
Well, you know, Josh, if you wouldn't have your damn murder cult, maybe there wouldn't be so many murderers.
That's true. But I don't ever do it. I just wish I could. But I never would.
I don't either. It's more courtesy. It's like, hey, this is their trash. Yeah, I'm like you. We have a set path that we walk, and we have strategically placed public trash cans that we use. And Wrigley is fairly regular, so
nice.
You know, it just happens to work out that way. And if it happens that she's a 3 poop night, which has happened before. I don't know how she does it, but she sometimes will poop 3 times on a walk.
That's crazy.
That I will carry the bag back to my place and dump it into my trash.
Yeah.
There's not the public trash can around.
Yeah. We're good people.
So I'm kind of with Todd on this one.
Yeah. I wish I could do it. I never will, though, because I don't want someone to get actually mad at me. So I would never do it. Chris asks, John, Iowa versus USC. Who breaks first? Iowa's offense unloads a ton of points, or USC's defense holds Iowa to a typical 14 points and 200 yards of offense?
Tell me when the matchup is, because it could happen in a bowl game this year. And if it happens in a bowl game this year, I think my money is on Iowa because Caleb Williams won't be playing in that bowl game.
No, he's just saying, but who has more success on that side of the ball? Iowa's offense or USC's defense? In that matchup, the bad versus bad, yeah.
Now, it's all relative to scale. It's not like Iowa would put up 40.
Correct.
But I think Iowa would have success in a very Iowa-like way. They would score more than usual.
I agree. I think Iowa would have
20s.
slightly more success.
They would get into the 20s, which for USC would be actually it would be a win on both sides. It's like the Matt Stafford, Jared Goff trade. It's a win on both sides. USC will give up the fewest points they've given up all year. Iowa will score the most points they've scored.
Yeah, both handshake meme. Let's be at our best today, boys. Let's be at our best today.
Well, speaking of Iowa, this is kind of a related topic to last night's game. Old man Doug, filling up his own inbox, says, which coach is the most unlikable to Nebraska/Creighton fans? Fran McCaffrey, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Hurley, or PJ Fleck?
For the boat.
Let's now real quick. Let's not do because the most people probably hate one coach more than the other because they're like more Husker football fans than there are fans of any of the other sports. So we got to do this pound for pound, right? Who hates the most pound for pound? And I think that the answer actually might be Hurley. It seems like Creighton fans hate that guy. It's either him, in my opinion, or Fleck. I think people strongly dislike Harbaugh, but I think that before the latest stuff, they found him more annoying than like truly hateable. Whereas people cannot stand PJ Fleck, and Creighton fans hate Hurley, and he is a goober. So that's the reason that those guys are both hated, right? Who was the fourth? Oh, McCaffrey. Yeah,
see, McCaffrey's very demonstrative. I mean, last night it wasn't
just
2
a
minutes
turd.
It wasn't 2 minutes into the game, and he's already, screaming at the officials, and people are yelling at him. Maybe announcers may have been yelling at him to sit down. So he's
announcers.
He's a sneaky high candidate on this list because obviously he coaches for Iowa, and that's one thing that both fan bases can agree upon. I don't know if there's a lot of Nebraska fans that dislike Dan Hurley.
So exactly. So I'm splitting hairs, but is there a difference between like truly, because the question was hate, right? Because I think
most unlikable.
Man, that's a tough thing. Because I was gonna say I think that Husker basketball fans find McCaffrey really annoying, but I think that people despise PJ Fleck. Like he is the combination of annoying and hatred. It seems.
Yeah,
and I think that's what Hurley is for Creighton fans.
I think I can buy that.
Happer's meme guy says the answer is Philip John Fleck. He's a legitimate Dean Blandino. Hurley and Fran are just hot-headed goobers. Harbaugh is just a goober.
Why is Dean Blandino catching strays?
DB, John. DB. Yeah.
I mean, you could
douchebag. He's saying douchebag, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not Damon. Not Damon, Nick.
Oh, I already dumped it, though.
Not Damon.
Ugh.
Let's see. There was one that I liked here. Let me find it real fast. The priest, $50,000 if you randomly punch your mom in the nose. You can never explain why you did it. Could you do it?
No.
God, our listeners are
my mom's been through enough. I'm not going to punch her.
Worst.
That's not enough money. So no.
Wow.
There's a number.
Oh, so you have a price.
Of course I do.
I would never punch my mother, Josh.
And then I would start buying her many things.
In the nose if you don't do it
But you
right,
would never, ever be able to explain to her why you did it.
That's true.
You'll always have that hanging over your head. You'll never be able to say, Mom, but I did this for the money.
I did this
and now
because I
I'm showering
love
you
you,
with-
Mom.
You'll
with
have no
gifts.
more thanks or Christmases on Thanksgivings.
Yeah.
I hope she is listening
She
right
probably
now.
is. She's a friend of the
You
Grum.
just said that just like the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase used to say, everybody's got a price, and Josh has a price for socking his mom in the face.
I would never punch you in the face, Josh's mom.
Oh, I wouldn't either. There's not a number. You're right.
Oh, okay.
It's too late now. The horse is out of the barn. The cat's out of the bag.
The hand is on the face.
This Thanksgiving Christmas
I
of
can't
yours
wait.
is really going to be awesome.
I'm very excited for Christmas with my family. I love my family.
Thanksgivesmas.
I love my
Hey,
mom.
everyone, get Josh a pair of boxing gloves because he's going to use them on his mom.
Travis writes, which is the worst grumpy version of John? The day after the Rams get beat, grumpy John, or the God, I'm so tired after that stupid asinine 9 p.m. tip-off last night, Grumpy John.
I think
I'm not
pre
tired.
9 p.m. tip off, Grumpy John is the
so
best.
yesterday was actually no. He's saying which is the worst version.
No,
of John.
I know, but I think pre is worse than
When he's
post.
anticipating.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I will say this: post Creighton loses to Nebraska, John is the worst of the
that one is
Johns.
rough.
There was the time. So Creighton, Nick, the same weekend, Creighton lost to Nebraska for the first time in how many years, John? That was over a decade, right?
I have no idea.
And
I
the
don't-
Rams
these
lost
things
to the
happen
Bears.
so rarely, they're forgettable.
And so Stibbs made a Bears Open with Nebraska highlights too. I swear to God, John didn't show up into the studio until it was like Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I was not going to give you and Stibbs the
I
satisfaction.
didn't do it. Stibbs did it.
You encouraged him.
I just sat there and laughed a few times.
Yeah, you encouraged
So that was
him.
the John of like, oh God. That's why Creighton, Nebraska week, that's my least favorite week. Because everyone's trolling John and John is trolling them and everyone's
Yes,
gonna
a
be
bunch
mad.
of idiots who don't watch basketball. I only root for my team because they go to lunch together and they go to study hall at the same time.
By the way, Travis writes, I think it's legal to go through someone's trash once it's at the curb. Ergo, the can is public property and free to use for poop. However, I've never worked up the nerve.
I'm not going to go through the trash. I just
No, but
want
he's
to drop
saying
the poop
if
off.
you're allowed to, then you should put the poop in
Oh.
there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not really a legal thing we're talking about. It's more just a common courtesy,
So,
ethical thing.
Is it
we're
only
talking
disrespect or considered disrespectful if it's poop? Like if I just have a fast food bag?
See,
is
I don't
that
think
also
I think people
disrespectful?
get mad about that too. If Nick was like, "Here's my McDonald's bag," Grumpy Bill would be like, "Arr, "That's my trash can."
I kind of think you're right.
Mm.
I kind of think you're right. There's an element of guilt.
Which is so that's
Now,
the part
that
that
said,
I
okay,
don't
so-
understand.
So, all right. So someone had one of them giant dumpsters. You know how when sometimes people,
Yes,
when they get their shingles redone, the trailer comes in and they just drop
Like
off
what
one of
we
those
had outside
giant
our office.
dumpsters.
Like the,
Yes.
yes.
The 30-yard
Outside of-
dumpster.
And there was one time on a walk with Wrigley that I had a bag and it was just that big dumpster. I said, "Oh," and I threw it in the giant ass dumpster.
That is okay in my book, but some people might get triggered. Kelsey writes, John, you're going to love this one.
Oh.
What is the worst way to die? Burning, freezing, or drowning?
Drowning, I think.
Because of the pain of the... I think burning.
I don't know. Yeah, no, burning might be
seems
it.
like a tough hang. At least with
Kelsey,
freezing,
what
you like
happened
go
to
numb.
you? And don't just say it's your ex-husband. Jeez.
Because I've heard stories of people who thought they were going to die drowning, and they always
Hey,
mention
he's a bad person. Or am I right or am I right? What?
You just pulled a sipple. I think you pulled a sipple.
No, I didn't.
I think you pulled a sipple.
No.
Burning. I don't want to get burned alive.
Yeah, no, because I've heard stories of people who've talked about drowning, and they're
these
like,
are
you get
all
a sense
terrible.
of euphoria before
These
you
are-
die.
It's a
Oh,
terrible
there you
question.
go. John, you have to answer. It's
Yeah,
dumb
No,
debate.
I don't have to answer. This is a terrible question.
Man, see, you're such a softy. I don't want to
It's
answer.
not about being a softie. These are terrible
John,
questions.
we're
Why
all
do we
gonna-
always have to answer these questions?
We're all gonna
would you
die,
rather
John.
drink poop or drink vomit?
Good question, John.
It's not
What's your
drinking,
answer?
it's swimming in.
No, but-
Because as Josh fell into the trap a moment ago, Josh is going home tonight and punching his mom in the face.
Oh, it's not like they asked if
I'll
when
see her
you
on
get,
Sunday.
It's not like she asked if when you get flayed, would you rather have
be in the
salt or
hospital?
lemon juice thrown on
Oh,
you?
that's a good topic. Nick, if you get flayed, would you rather have salt or lemon juice into your orifices?
orifice.
Man,
John,
getting flayed sounds like a tough hang.
yeah.
Oh,
Don't tell that to the Boltons. I think they're into it.
Oh, the Boltons. Those jerks.
the Boltons.
Mm.
Oh, and once again, dumb debates.
Dumb
Never
debating.
disappoint.
No, it does not.
Never disappoint.
Ha! Kelsey says, can I bring you a baked good to make up for my terrible question? Kelsey, you're going to bring us baked goods regardless. You always surprise us with delicious treats.
They're very good treats. Thank you.
They
Kelsey.
are very good treats.
I think about the Scotcheroos frequently.
Oh, those were bomb.
Those were dense and amazing.
Oh,
those
they
were tasty.
were very dense.
The
But
dense
but the
boys.
good Scotcheroos are. I mean, not so dense that you literally couldn't bite through them, but it just had
Good balance.
it had some heft to them, and I like it. All right. Well, there you go. Dumb Debates. We'll come back. We still have some content coming up, including last night, WWE broke out during an NBA game.
Yes, it did.
And we'll have the video if you're watching it on the video stream, which, by the way, you can always watch along with the Grum as well as listen to the Grum on our 1620 The Zone YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com and search 1620 The Zone TV, and you can subscribe. And also, if you don't want to go that far, just go to our website, 1620thezone.com. Anytime we're live, the video just pops right up there on the homepage. Either way, you're a winner.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies with temperatures cooling into the lower 50s after sunset. For tonight, partly cloudy with a morning low of 48 degrees. Winds will pick up out of the south for your Thursday, so a high fire danger. Otherwise, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy conditions. Afternoon highs approaching the upper 60s to lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, a crash has the right lane blocked on 680 at Maple, affecting northbound commuters. Otherwise, stopping your traffic on the northbound North Freeway between State Street and McKinley Street. If you're west on I-80, stopping your traffic between 480 and 60th, and then delays on L Street for both directions between 24th and 33rd. Same goes on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Zoom Drain's highly trained team of experts and our fleet of well-equipped service trucks are dedicated to providing solutions for homeowners, plumbing contractors, mechanical contractors, and business owners across many industries. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Well, hey, it's Oliver Anthony. Me and Joey and the fellas are coming to your town. We're going to pet some dogs and sing some songs.
June 16th, West Fair Amphitheater.
So go ahead now. Tell your mama and your papa, your grandmammy and them. Just tell all them to come on. See you soon.
Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm a Big Red fan, man, so go Big Red.
The 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. The Stu Manji Sports Bureau continuing to pump out the goods, and by the goods, I mean not. Nebraska's offense, according to Stu Manji, currently has more turnovers than touchdowns. 27 turnovers to 23 touchdowns. Of course, that's -4 margin. Since 2004, only 138 out of 2,479 FBS seasons or teams finished the season with more turnovers than touchdowns. And of those 138, only 2 finished the year 500 or better. So Nebraska could, if they get a win on either Saturday or next Black Friday, and still end up with a negative turnover margin, but negative to the number of touchdowns scored, they would be just the third team out of over 2,500 FBS teams since 2004 to finish with more touchdowns or turnovers and touchdowns and finish the year 500 or better. Now, for that to actually happen, Nebraska would have to win twice more.
I was going to say it's not just making a bowl game, because in theory they could still make a bowl game and finish below 500.
Correct. Yeah, they could go 6 and 7. So, but it just shows you how rare it is for a team to have a winning record. And by the way, this is finishing 500 or better. But it's that difficult to score that little, turn the ball over that much, and still come out ahead.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it earlier. You think of now the last 2 games, and it's 8 turnovers. And then you look back at the Minnesota game, 4 turnovers. And they lost those 3 games by 9 points total, and they had 12 turnovers, So they had more turnovers than they lost points in that. And it's just, if they end up missing a bowl game, that will be the story. For a while I was wondering, is the story going to be Sims? And Jeff Sims will be, a large portion of the discussion as the offseason begins, and how could they get that so wrong? And I know that, we've spent a lot of time this week, John, talking about quarterbacks and who can they land and who will they go after. And I know that is going to suck up a lot of the oxygen, and it should, I think. But man, the turnovers and how vital it will be to fix that, and how now that is going to be the topic du jour in January and February, March and April. And so when spring ball arrives, that will be the thing. When the spring game arrives, we'll be watching it under a microscope. How do they do in turnovers? Did the guy throw an interception?
It's a small game.
What were they doing with fumbles? And then we're going to get into fall camp, and that will again be the topic. And the season will begin, and we'll all have our eye on it. It is taken over. It will become the thing.
Oh, it is the story. I mean, even if the turnover spigot turns off today and they're good for the rest of the season, it's still going. It is the biggest story because it's been so rare. And it's literally been the difference. I mean, yes, Nebraska teams have turned the ball over in the past. The option offense was notorious for turnovers. The difference was those teams were good enough to overcome those mistakes. Also, the defense typically got back its fair share. But people forget, and maybe we should have seen this coming, but of course we liked to explain it away because, well, it wasn't Sims doing it, but you had 2 combined interceptions and 8 combined fumbles with 6 combined lost fumbles in the spring game.
It's a great point.
I mean, the turnovers were very plentiful in the spring game. This
was a
something
sign.
This way, and I don't mean to say this so that next year we're looking at the spring game with a fine-tooth comb and saying, well, this means they're going to be bad, but it was a sign, and unfortunately, it was one that actually carried through from the spring game into the season, that this crisis of turnovers, which has been a Nebraska issue. I mean, this is a program that has had a horrific negative turnover margin since, the turn of the century, that it continues. And it doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter who the players are. It just seems to continue to happen.
Yeah.
Give or take for 1 or 2 seasons where maybe the turnover luck was a little bit more to Nebraska's side. One other thing from Stu Manji, and this was kind of interesting.
Yes.
It doesn't really, and I get it. Casey Thompson's not here anymore and Trey Palmer's not here anymore, but the numbers are eerily similar. So Stu Manji did the numbers. Casey Thompson, without Trey Palmer's catches last year, 10 games, completed 50% of his passes for 1,300 yards, 6.7 yards per attempt, 8 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. This year, all quarterbacks, 10 games, 50% completion percentage, 6.1 yards per attempt, 8 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. The numbers are eerily similar.
Yeah, they really are, which is, I don't want to make everything about Casey Thompson. I know you don't either, but it is interesting how, there's no guarantee of what the offense would have been. I think it would have been better, but we're not talking about, one of the best quarterbacks in college football in Casey Thompson. We're just not.
Thanks, Jumanji.
What an uplifting
They are very telling stats. They really
are.
are.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They are really, really telling stats, and I'm sure he's got a whole host of them ready to go for the glorious day when Nebraska football stops being Nebraska football and becomes better than it's been.
Indeed.
But it will have to wait.
Yes.
Coming up next, it's time for some content. And in said content today, we've had a change at the top of the college football playoff rankings. Police in Pasadena may have fingered the suspects who stole all of Colorado football's jewelry.
Oh.
And video of Draymond and his debut in the World Wrestling Federation. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Bowen all the way down the floor, and Alexander says no suit for you. He swats it out of bounds.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
If you think you're having transmission problems, you need a specialist, someone who can and will tell you exactly what's wrong. At Omaha Transmission, that's what we do. Some places just want to sell you a new transmission, but at Omaha Transmission, we make repairs that other shops can't or won't. Giving you options is what's kept us in business since 2005. We've even had people hear our ads, bring in their car, and experience the exact same scenario they heard. There is a place that will diagnose and fix your transmission. That place is Omaha Transmission.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, let's move to the other items of the day. Content.
Georgia assumes the top spot in the latest CFP rankings. But is it a little inconsistent of the committee to keep Florida State ahead of Washington for the 4th spot, given that UW has 3 ranked wins compared to FSU's 1?
Well, I think it is, but I also believe that the resume should have a greater weight than the eye test. I get why Georgia passed them. I was a little surprised, not terribly surprised, but Georgia picking up another quality win, and that plus the eye test puts them over the top. But Washington, I mean, they've got 3 good wins this year, including still by the rankings, the best win on the record. They beat Oregon. Yet Florida State is still getting a lot of love for being an LSU team that, as we have found out, is got a great quarterback, but is really kind of a little above average team. It's not a great team this year. So, yeah, a little bit surprised, a little inconsistent on my part. And I hope it doesn't come back to bite Washington at some point. The good news is for Washington is if they win out, none of this is going to matter because they'll get in. But I hope that we don't have to have a debate about Washington in the alternative.
No, yeah, I mean, like you said, if they win out, they're going to be fine. The funny thing is, like, I know what you mean, John, about eye test, but I mean, the metrics on their defense, like, it's not like the defense is very good right now. That said, I mean, it is like they do have better wins. They have a much better win. Obviously, they have the Oregon win. And then you scroll on down and you look at some of the other teams that they have beaten. They've beaten Utah, who is in the top 25. I guess that's it now, right? They just have 2 top 25 wins. But, plenty of opportunities, including this weekend versus Oregon State.
Reports started to leak around 24 hours ago that Chip Kelly was going to be fired by UCLA. That's UCLA. Perhaps one reason is that he is recruiting thieves. Pasadena police have confirmed that the expensive jewelry and other items stolen out of Colorado's locker room at the Rose Bowl were taken by high school recruits on their official visit to UCLA. I guess the Bruins weren't promising enough NIL money.
It's a tough look. When this story came out, we were wondering, okay, so who would have stolen it? And I always wonder, like, how is that even possible? That is wild, John, to think of these players. First of all, that they would do such a brazen thing, but also that they would find time to, like, get away from all of the official visit duties to go into the road locker room. This isn't the home locker room. This was at the Rose Bowl. And they go in there and they steal stuff? Sad.
What we still don't know is how they were able to enter the locker room. That's why I think even though these recruits are the ones suspected of doing it, that they still needed help unless they were some kind of masterminds and they figured out how to get in.
You think Chip helped them?
I have no idea who helped them, but somebody had to help them because otherwise how would they have access to the locker room? So was there a friendly security guard who had the key card and let them in? Who knows? But that's the next mystery in this. But the fact that these are recruits on an official visit, guess who's not going to be playing big-time Division I football anytime soon?
Those guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of Prime, what do we think of his statement regarding rumors that he could be the next head coach of Texas A&M?
So he put out a statement which was on a Twitter slide that read, it's got a picture of Prime staring out there sternly out at the field. I am here. I am here. My mother is here. My sister is here. My dog is here. My daughter is here. 3 of my sons are here.
Bark.
And my other daughter comes for the home games. I get mail here. I pay taxes here. I'm here.
My favorite part, I mean, what a statement. My dog is here is when it got funny to me, but I get mail here is
famously hard to get mail anywhere.
Very difficult. That's pretty good stuff there, John.
Also taxes. Hard to pay taxes anywhere.
That's pretty funny.
Hey, you know who doesn't have state sales tax or state income tax?
Who?
Texas.
Oh, that's true.
That
so
is
he would
true.
then he could have the same slide, but have an X through the I pay taxes here.
Oh.
Exactly.
Nice.
John, why you don't like Draymond Green and his ball kicking? What did you think of him defending Klay Thompson last night and putting Rudy Gobert in a headlock? Gobert in a headlock. It's an old wrestling move.
So the shot was missed, but then it was it Thompson and Draymond got into it at midcourt as they were going back to the other end of the floor. And then all of a sudden, in order to try to restrain the situation, Draymond gets behind Rudy Gobert and basically just puts him in a rear naked choke.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a headlock. He's got his arm underneath his throat and he's kind of pulling him. He's got a modified chokehold on him.
And this happened. Did you notice the time, John, remaining in the game?
It was the beginning of the game. There was no score.
Yeah. It was super early in the game. So, John, how do you feel about this? Because you're obviously anti-nut kicking. How do you feel about defending your teammate with the chokehold?
Not a good look. Also, infamously, a way to start your NBA tournament. Because this was one of those tournament games.
Yeah, didn't you notice the cool court?
You know, I didn't notice the cool court. I just noticed the rear naked chokehold that he was put in. So, Draymond's going to be spending some time on the sidelines, I'm sure.
A one-game suspension, I believe, is what he received.
So forced load management.
Forced load management.
Wow.
Yeah, indeed.
One game.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
The
want to
Harbaugh of the
They want to
NBA.
preserve the sanctity of the NBA Cup. Is there anything this guy won't do?
Good question.
Real quick, does anybody have the world's smallest violin?
Oh,
I could play in the
I
background
don't,
of this?
but feel free to continue.
Okay. Deshaun Watson is out for the season during his shoulder. How do we feel about this? And how do we feel about the Browns' chances of making the playoffs with PJ Walker leading the team?
I honestly, I feel the same way I do about Cleveland right now as I did yesterday. It's just that now they don't have an unlikable quarterback, but you know, I mean, I guess I'll give him this. He played well in the second half, which was kind of a surprise. He was perfect, I believe. I think he went 14 of 14, throwing the football around. But I mean, yeah, I don't like the guy. I don't think a lot of people like the guy. And I did have a Browns fan reach out to me and say, like, they are more likable now. And it's like, yeah, I guess you're right.
PJ Walker did beat Frisco.
They are more likable, but man, if you're a Browns fan, you've got to be torn right now because I know some of them truly aren't happy with the reputation that Deshaun Watson has and the behavior of Deshaun Watson. But he was starting to put it together. He was starting to look like the prince that was promised. And Cleveland, a team that has infamously, with all their great history, has never been to a Super Bowl before. This was the reason they brought him here. Now he's done for the season. They still have this really good defense and a pretty solid team. And now it's going to be up to P.J. Walker and isn't Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Isn't he their backup?
DTR.
DTR is their backup. So, yeah, I can only imagine what Sports Talk Radio in Cleveland was like today.
Speaking of, it was UCLA he was in, right?
DTR?
Yeah.
DTR was at UCLA.
Look at that. Full circle.
Indeed.
Oh, what are you accusing him of stealing prime
Wow,
jewelry?
Nick.
In the midst of our discussion about Josh Allen being broken yesterday, we didn't talk too much about his OC, Ken Dorsey, getting fired. Was this the right decision?
Honestly, I don't know if it was the right decision, but there's always sacrifices that have to be made. And I guess the real winner in all of this is all of those visiting coaches' press boxes that Ken Dorsey would have torn to shreds because of his frustration about how games ended.
A moment of silence for the Microsoft tablets
and
that have been destroyed over the years. No, it's funny, man. You look at like the raw numbers, and they were near the top of the NFL in so many things on offense, sadly, including turnovers. It makes me wonder, and I heard Mina Kimes and Dominique Foxworth talking about it yesterday. Was there something going on behind the scenes, either with his relationship with McDermott or Josh Allen's relationship with Dorsey? And did that play a part in their decision to move on from him? I'm with John. You always need a scapegoat, and that's why he got fired.
All right. Nobody tell Andy Reid. Because Dan Orlovsky added a spicy nugget into the Bill Belichick speculation. The ESPN commentator says Belichick is certainly gone from New England and that he's hearing his next gig with another team is already lined up. What and where could it be?
If it's already lined up, it would. I mean, I think that the Chargers are certainly an obvious one to move on. He's not going to go to the Raiders. I find it impossible to believe, John, that he already has a job lined up. It would not surprise me if he's coaching in the NFL next year, not in New England. I'm hard-pressed to believe that, though.
Well, first of all, it would carry with it a large degree of suspicion if he already had another gig lined up while being a head coach. Unless, what if that gig was a front office gig? What if he is looking to get out of coaching and is wanting to be a general manager? Now, there's still a lot of, having your feet in two different ponds and how suspicious that might look, especially with inside information that can be traded. So it would still look suspicious.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me that thinks that Belichick's not done with football, but he might be done on the sideline.
That'd be interesting.
Hanging up the sock flag. John, you got to experience the wonders of a 9:15 p.m. tip-off last night. But better yet, baseball owners are discussing the MLB playoffs and how better to reward teams who succeed in the regular season. What do you think of some of the ideas?
Believe it or not, one of the ideas that was suggested is the ghost win. And this is what I suggested a couple of weeks ago. So you have a division champion in a wild card series, a best of three like the Brewers were. They only need to win once, while the other team needs to win twice in a best of three. So it's basically every series starts with the division winner being one game ahead in the race. And I think certainly, save for shrinking the playoff field, which will never happen.
Shrinkage.
This is about to me, one of the only other ways that you can do it. I think the other is to also consider giving home field to the division champion throughout the entire course of the series, not give the wild cards any home games. But as we saw, the Diamondbacks won on the road. Who beat the Dodgers? No, it was the Diamondbacks. They beat both the Dodgers and the Brewers. So, it didn't matter as much. So I think the ghost win, or making the wild card team win one more game than the division winning team, is I think a compromise worth examining.
I don't hate it. That said, I still lean more home games for the team, but I wouldn't be averse to this either.
I mean, when you consider
Just
that
sounds goofy.
In home field advantage in baseball is the least pronounced of all.
That's
the major
fair.
sports.
Just like the idea of ghosts, you know.
I know. Again, not a
Somebody
fan.
call
The
them medium.
real answer is to make the regular season more valuable. You shrink the playoff field.
Yeah, but that wouldn't work, John. Then they would lose out on television.
And then all
revenue.
these ghosts would be out of a
Yeah.
job.
Oh no! Boo.
That's how you have angry spirits.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
All right.
Speaking of angry spirits.
Well, I won my bet of the day.
That's true. So did I. Nick, though.
Boo.
Indeed.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for picking Iowa, you homer.
Yeah.
Go Hawks.
We'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, right next to Taste of New Orleans, and in the Old Market as well. One of the great things about Ted and Wally's, being that they opened more than 35 years, is they have great nostalgia, not just for the ice cream, but for things to buy for the holidays as well. You want to grab something that someone will love? Get yourself a gift card from Ted and Wally's or from Taste of New Orleans. People will love you for it. You put it in a card, and it's the perfect gift. Get ready for Thanksgiving today with some to-go orders from Ted and Wally's, both locations, Benson and Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
When you call Qdoba Catering, you have a Qdoba restaurant conveniently located right where you are. They have everything you need for your party at home or the office, even the bowls, forks, and the napkins. Pick your protein, chicken and steak, shredded pork, brisket, and now ground beef. Add rice and beans, 4 salsas and fresh guacamole, shredded cheese, lettuce, sour cream, and the tortilla chips. Plus, it's all delivered and set up by a Qdoba employee, so you don't have to do anything except enjoy. Order online at qdoba.com/catering at participating locations only.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Shut up, you blind old man.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
You know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You've gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, John, as we discussed, you and I won. You had Marquette and Duke. Congrats. I had the over in Iowa Creighton. Congrats to me. Nick had Iowa to win
See, the problem
the
is
game.
I bet on basketball, which doesn't count.
Oh, great point, Nick.
So actually erase that.
Okay, my bad. I apologize. John, I'm going with the game I know you'll be watching tonight. Nebraska basketball. They're playing Stony Brook. Nebraska minus 16.5. The juice is minus 110.
I am going to take what is called a winning margin bands. So there's different bands that you can pick, like Nebraska 1 to 5 points, Nebraska 6 to 10 points,
Okay.
Stony Brook 1 to 5 points. I'm
jerk.
going to take Nebraska by 16 to 20 points.
Oh,
plus 500.
Nice. Also, that's the signal, the station, 16 to 20.
It is. You're
Yes,
right.
it is. By the
Good
way,
job.
if you want to take Stony Brook by 16 to 20,
Yeah, what would
it's
that
plus
be?
5,000.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Nick.
Miami, Ohio, and Central Michigan plus 481.
That's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
There you go. All right. Tomorrow is Thursday.
Oh, big board.
Yeah. Big board. Robin Washut.
Todd Furman.
Todd Furman. Big Todd Furman.
We also have a 4-quarter pick'em contestant.
We do. Bye.